So our our chief guest is Dr. Puja Dewan. She is multifaceted, talented, and an overachiever, I would say. She's a gynecologist, fertility specialist, and a endoscopic surgeon. Endoscopic surgeon fellowship. She holds fellowship from Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists UK, and she is also a PhD holder. And she is multi-talented, as I said in the beginning. She's a sorry. Okay. She is a singer, social worker, inspirational speaker as well. And she is the founder of Arcady Life, a women healthcare service. And she is also a senior associate editor of ICN India and ICN World for Indian Citizen Network. Our third guest is Lieutenant Commander Sadhana Ghiri. She's a retired air traffic control officer from the Indian Navy. She has pursued MSc Electronics from University of Mumbai, MBA from Jamnalal Bajaj Institute of Management Studies, and PGD Aviation Law and Management at Nalsar Law University. Trained by several national and international brands in coaching, she is an emerging name in the speaking and coaching field. She is leading her purpose of helping men and women attain personal success in their chosen fields. I welcome you all and thank you for joining us for this Strong Human Women 2021. Now I would request our first speaker, Miss Anita Sachdev, to address us on the topic Stepping into the Spotlight. Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Puja. Welcome, Sadhana. I've been seeing your photographs. It's nice to see you around here. So it's good to be on the panel with you. And thank you, everyone from the SHN network who worked relentlessly answering our questions. So appreciate your time and effort. So it's an honor to be here, and it's an honor to be a woman. And why do I call it stepping into the spotlight? The fact is that the spotlight has always been on us. It's how we choose to accept whether it is on us or not. So when we look at leadership roles, why only 8 or 10 or 15% of the women are in the boardroom? Why is it that women hesitate to take leadership positions? As I coach women globally, from Argentina to Ukraine, even currently, right now, I see a certain pattern. And the pattern is quite amazing. The pattern turns around and talks about different aspects of the challenges that they face. And here they are. So the research has shown that while they're smart, wholehearted women, they're experiencing one or two, maybe two or more, but I think I'll stay with one or two. And it is about, I'm not ready yet myth. Nagging insecurities in your abilities and capabilities, competing life priorities, oscillating vision, overwhelm, failure to make decisions, and stay with it, a lack of executive presence, that's a big one. Unwillingness to promote oneself and be less visible. Sometimes difficult to have difficult conversations. Oh, another big one, not just men, but both men and women have the challenge of hesitant to network, how to break into the group, as you call it, the decision or the influential group. So can you just move to the first slide, please? Yeah, no, the first one, where I was. Thank you. The other one is pivoting to transitions. Transitions are something that happen, either they happen to you or life chooses to make them happen. Some are natural, like it can be you become a parent, so that's a natural transition. You get married, another natural. But circumstances happen, life happens, husband has to move, you get a great job, or there is some sickness in the family. All those are decisions that pivot a whole bunch of transitions. And delegation and not macromanaging. But today I'm only going to address a few of these research findings. You may disconnect the presentation, please. I'll just speak. Thank you. Would you put me in the spotlight or in the speaker view? Okay. All right. So where are we? So what women hold these perceptions? Where are these perceptions coming from? Quite a bit of them are real, some of them are actual perceptions. And it's perceptions that drive actual behavior. Now, the first myth is, I am not ready yet. But whoever is ready, no one is. As they say, fake it till you make it. We're not saying you fake it. I personally don't believe it. I just say keep going at it and keep trying at it. Having said that, what is the difference between men and women when it comes to I'm not ready yet? The difference is, I just want to open your mind as to why they are different. That's because women work with absolutes. And the absolutes are, I must be good at it. I must win. There is no chance for failure. So what happens is, everything must be imperfect, and hence the OCDs, the pushing for perfectionism, and then the push comes from the family. If the kids are badly behaved, you're a bad mother, so she'll try and be a good mother, whatever that looks like. If they say that you cooked, you're a bad cook, who's to be blamed? The woman is to be blamed. But if, on the other hand, if the guy doesn't succeed, he just moves on to something else. He admits I'm not good at it, but nobody holds him on to having to be good. So a woman who doesn't know to cook will try and try and try. She will ask for recipes. She will go and learn. She may join a cooking class. She may go on YouTube. She continues to push the envelope till she gets better at it, so she gets the approval that she's a good cook. Now, why is that important? Because the stereotypes generate the fact that she needs to be good at cooking. So she needs to be the good mother. So if the child is sick and the child is not getting well, the mother ain't doing something right. What happened to the father? Because the stereotype perpetuates that the woman needs to be good at taking care of her child and his behavior. So when you go deeper into the fact that why I'm not ready, it is about the absolutes we talked about it. And the other piece is, we take this to the workplace now. What happens at the workplace is that she has to be perfect before she demands a promotion. There could be somebody 3 levels below, a guy, and he thinks he's completely fit to apply for the job or the role. And I was a country head for several organizations, not just in India, but in Egypt, in UK, in London, that's UK, in US, and also in Canada. And I ran organizations, and I felt the same thing, that a guy who just joined as an intern, or a woman who joined as an intern, the guy in 6 months felt that he was ready to be made an assistant or have a title that doesn't say intern. But the woman says, I'm not ready yet, because I have got to learn A, B, C, D, E, and I need to be good at this. I don't know presentations. I'm not good at, doing my work in the way it is expected of me. Now, talking of expectations, who created those expectations? So while the society doesn't dictate so much, the women dictate the expectations. And it is their perception of what absolutes and failures mean is what defines their current behavior, which says, I'm not ready yet, So on the other hand, the men say, I'm not good at it, they'll move on. They will try something new. And guess what the world tells them? That's great. You lost a game. Better luck next time. And so there is better luck next time for them. But for the woman to say, oh, you bad cook, you don't know how to cook, so there is no better luck next time. You better get it right. There is a demand rather than it even goes beyond our expectation. It becomes a demand. And that is why we demand ourselves to be perfect. And therefore, we will never meet anyone's expectations. So we'll say, I'm not ready yet. The second part, which I'm going to cover, is the executive presence. This is my favorite topic. This is about being visible. What does visibility mean? If a boss has never seen you, or you don't do innovative stuff, or you do not reach out, how will the boss even know you exist? And then you would say, my hard work proves all. But do you present your hard work? Do you showcase your hard work? Do you take risks? Do you own up? Hard work means what? Working back office, front office? No one's saying you need to shout at the top of your rooftop, but be visible in the most appropriate way. And that visibility comes in brainstorming, generating ideas, coming up with new ways of working, offering yourself to take on new projects that may not be in line with your job. But then it's like, can I ask? Should I ask? So the question is, am I? And the shift should be, I am. And from I am as a question, how do you shift to I am? And the minute you shift to I am, the visibility starts. Cultures play a huge, huge role in how we show up. In certain cultures, women are meant to serve and the men are to be served. And if you see, even in our homes, and they will sit, and I see that in my home too, where they get tea in their hands, they get water in their hands. Thank God I'm single. I refuse to do any of that. I refuse to serve. I can serve the humanity. I will not serve one man. So I chose to be single. Just kidding. No, but that's true. So even if you are visible and 50% of your impressions are negative, so what? You're still visible. It's better to turn around and do something wrong and some things right, right? And you still need to be visible. It doesn't matter. But we think we got to be that perfect. We have to make the demands on us. Failure is not an option. So I can do wrong things again. And so visibility drops, because failure is something that I personally think has been my learning. And I had great mentors and teachers who taught me that it's okay to fail. And I have failed several times and I have succeeded 10 times more than my failure as a result of it. So like I said, it is not the world. It is not them. It is how females experience themselves that needs to change. And we have to overcome this so that we can fit into the male-dominated world. The structure of business is male-oriented. Remember, we walked into the male domain, so to speak, somewhere in the 60s in USA, when they broke free, the hippie period, the 70s, the 60s, and they said the whole aspect of feminism, and they brought, they started moving into the offices, yeah? Women started so it's very young. So we moved into their domain, but their domain was structured already. Leadership is based on military ways. It's militaristic, as they call it. So what happens is, when the structure is male-driven, the leadership qualities were male-driven. Even women-driven organizations, where I worked for a magazine, they were mostly women, but the structure was still male. We operated in a different way, but the deliverables and the approaches were still male and masculine. because the system was thus. And then we had to fit into that. And then the way a CEO had to work with the board, which is a combination of male and female, was also a bit of a challenge because she wanted to empower and she wanted to make some changes like daycare and having a, I'm talking 80s, okay, 80s and 90s. And where was I at that time? 90s, US. And she wanted to bring all these changes, but it was too early at that time. It was too early, this and absolutely not agreeable. On one hand, the men said, you want freedom? You got it. Now don't tell me you have children. Literally, we heard that. Don't tell me your children and your needs need to be special. And so there was this whole pushback at that time. So when I look at the initiatives of DNI, I say, should they have been initiatives? Do they really work? I'll give you an example. I went to an organization and they said, oh, actually 70% of the leadership was all women. And they said we need to have this leadership program for women. And I'm like, why? They're doing such a great job. Oh, but the CEO wants it. So I said, would the CEO stand behind it? He doesn't need to. So I said, what about the 30% of the men? What about them? They said, they don't need it. We need women to get empowered. I said, so what you're really telling me is that the men are already empowered and the women need empowerment. And I want to know why. Can I talk to the women and can I talk to your CEO? And I got really, really belligerent. I've just come from Canada. Okay, I just moved back here and I was horrified with their approach. And I'm like, why do they need empowerment? They do a good job. They're running 70% of them are leaders. They don't need empowerment. I can support them in case they have a challenge in performance because I'm a coach or they were working globally too. So in cross-cultural strategies, I could do many things, but where do they need empowerment? And they couldn't even put the finger on where the empowerment was required. Obviously, I didn't get the assignment. I was too bold. I was too progressive. It was like, she doesn't want the assignment. I said, no, I don't, because I think the men need to be in the same group as the women. Now I moved back in about 2008. It was too early to get the men into the group at that time also. I don't know whether they still do it, but I don't take on those assignments anyway. So I'm coming to the last part of the talk is about what happens next and what's currently happening. You see, men need to change their attitudes and women need to change their behaviors. I'll tell you what I mean by that. So let me first define what an attitude is. It's the person's attitude is mainly based on the experiences gained by them in the course of the life and observations. On the other hand, the behavior of a person relies on the situation. Attitude is what I believe to be true. Behavior is how I live. Now, if I look at women today, they have changed their attitude. No question about it. My time, my mothers didn't, they didn't go to have the education. We went to college, did my master's, went abroad, single, perfect. I mean, it was not done. But today, women are treated equally. They're sent to school, at least in the urban cities. I do not know about rural India for sure. And so we have changed over time. We read and said, yes, we can change, but our behaviors don't change. Why? As I explained earlier, we still believe in the expectations, make demand on ourselves. We don't shift our conditioned behaviors because the society also has conditioned expectations out of us. Now, men have shifted certain behaviors, but they haven't shifted their attitudes. They would still come and feel that the women need to be caregivers for the children. And that behavior, they may talk around and walk the talk and say, yes, women need to have equality, we can get them support, we can get them help, but in their attitude, who's a caregiver is the woman. And so it's not about shifting just the behaviors. They need to shift the attitudes. So women's programs must address men's attitudes. Only then there's going to be a shift. If we do not, we women have, as I said, we have shifted our attitudes. We are moving. So many of us who are here are giving back. We're supporting young women, pro bono work. I do so much of free coaching also with NGOs. Anyone wants, let me know. I coach young women. I work with Thrive Mentoring, which is from Switzerland. So I help women. But I want to really, really, if we can create a program and if we can get together and work with men, and women bring up children, they instill those attitudes and behaviors also in the children, because at some point they buy into that subconsciously, not knowing. The younger generation, the millennials, and I see my nieces and who are in the 29, 30, and they have kids, I see a huge difference. No question about it. But again, I said, we're talking urban India, and it's still small. And while I lived abroad for 25 years, did I see differences? Yes, I did. But were there too much of a contrast from urban India? Potentially not. Because the men there also had their own conditioning and would come and open their beer, and the wives would complain about it and say they're not putting their kids to bed. And they believed that they need to be competitive and go out and work, and the women needs to be the nurturer. Again, that's an attitude shift that is required, that yes, women can be nurturers, but they can also be like them, and they also can be nurturers at the same time. And together is where we can bring change. And our women leaders would, if they understand that while we have all this checklist of things that don't work for us, it's very easy. All we need to shift is our behaviors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was really inspirational. Yeah, thank you so much. We had lots to take from your talk. It was really awesome.
Yeah, I got carried away. I had some other stuff on my slides which I didn't show you, but
it was very, very nice. I loved it.
Maybe next time, ma'am, for sure, very soon.
Yeah, sure.
You know, it's a delight to hear you correlate and express the journey through your own life and then extrapolate it and share it with people, because that's real life experience.
Oh, yeah. And I'm a single woman who lived in about 6 countries, and I shifted 25 homes. I shifted 4 careers. And at 55, I came to start from ground zero in India. So, yes, it's easier to talk through experience. And yes, did I experience prejudice, racism? Yes, I did. But then I didn't care. I just didn't care. That's your attitude. My behavior is not going to change because of your attitude. I know who I am. That's it. And I just plugged in. Any questions?
Yes.
So thank you for
Anyone
your
has
time.
any questions?
Yeah, we'd love to answer them.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Not question, but I would really like to appreciate what you said, about change in attitude for men and change in behavior for women.
Yeah.
That actually makes the difference, because even today you observe or hear men, they implicitly expect that women take care of children. And even in my workplace, I hear managers sometimes when they talk, they say, hey, I just cannot understand how these women manage both work and house. My wife is taking care of the kid full time. They pass such comments. Or they say, I'm concerned about giving this young girl the key project because she might get married and go away. Or they even say, oh, she just got married, there's a high chance she will get pregnant and my project will come under a risk. These are the kind of thoughts that we hear. So the attitude has to change. No matter how much of training or gender sensitization training an organization gives,
Yeah.
unless this attitude changes, nothing will change.
I agree with you. And you're telling me something that happened to me. I'm 65 now. So when I was 22, come from a Punjabi family. So they looked at me. I was in advertising, and it was a burgeoning industry, but very male dominated. And they turned around and said, oh, you're a Punjabi girl. It's already late, 21. You should be married by now. Haha. And you should be having children. So if I hire you here, you're going to quit and leave. So why should I spend time investing in you? And I was mighty offended. I'm talking 42 years ago. I was so offended. And I'm surprised you're telling me it still happens here in India. And I was so offended. After about 3 years, when I got the job to go abroad from India, there were 6 people who were interviewed for this job to go to London and then start the office in UK, in Egypt. I was a country head. There were 6 guys. I was the only woman. I got hired. And I actually picked up the phone and called him and I said, you know what? I'm 29. I'm still single. And woe to you. I got that job as a country head in Egypt. And I actually did that because till today, I never have not forgotten how upset I was because he said that to me, that I couldn't qualify because I was a good Punjabi girl who was scheduled to get married.
Yeah, it's still prevalent today. And yes, even when I was younger, it used to offend me. But then over the time, I have, probably learned to ignore it.
Yeah. I know. I agree with you.
Time teaches you a lot of things, and the battles to pick to fight, and battles, you can say ignore.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I was only
Absolutely.
21 and I had no support and no one would believe me that I needed to do something. It's like, so what? Yeah, that's true. You would get married. There was no option. And there was no women's support network to say, hey, it's okay. What he said, it was more like a reality. You will get married.
Yeah. Yeah.
So-
I truly support you, Mala, because hi, this is Puja. I listened to you very intently yesterday, and I was thoroughly impressed by your inputs. But coming back to the comment that you made, as you said, you can't pick up a fight all around, because there are so many other issues to deal with, not just ignore.
Yes.
You just have to be so strong that even if it hurts you, you just show and express that you never even registered it.
Yeah,
And that's
absolutely.
the only way to go about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I just, it was like, you said it, I heard you, and I choose not to, bye-bye. And I just go on with my stuff. Because I worked in Manhattan and it was rough, man. They were tough people to work with. But I must say, they gave you an opportunity to prove yourself and fall if you needed to, or rise if you needed to. And that aspect I liked. And that was what gave me the courage to keep going on, because they didn't pull me down. They may have the little boys club and stuff, but they never pulled me down. And that's how I became successful. So for that, I'm eternally grateful for the men I worked with.
Yes, I would also say that. And see, one other thing, notice, I think we have only one or two gentlemen on this call. If we want to change attitude, we really need men also to participate. We have 50% of the population not here. And we are talking about how amazing we are. We already know that, man. Why are we telling that to each other? It's
I know.
50% we need them to know.
I agree with you. That's why I didn't take that assignment. I said, because women know who they are. They're already leaders. Why would I need to train them? I don't want to insult them. I walked away from the assignment until today. If they don't give me men and women in the same room, I do not take an assignment. I just don't. I coach women who come to me individually. So Sadhana, you were in the Navy. What was your experience?
Yeah, so we all have this glass ceiling for us in in our respective careers, and we in the armed forces too had that glass ceiling. And fortunately, just 2 years ago, I believe, Feb or March of 2020, this glass ceiling was broken by Supreme Court's order that even women can serve in the armed forces, in the longer term, and have those benefits which even male counterparts enjoyed. So
Right.
yeah, so like Mala said, like you're saying, yes, it has to be a participation from male counterparts as well, the other half as well. It is not just we keep talking about it, about empowerment, and we don't change attitudes. When we talk of attitudinal change, अब जाइए मैं बता रही हूँ. It's not just women attitude, it's the mindset on the counterparts as well. So that has to change as well. So today, if me and my husband, we don't work as a good team, our respective careers will not go ahead in life.
Oh.
So it has to be a teamwork wherever we are, whether at home or whether we are, as housewives or as work from home professional entrepreneurs, or outside, in offices or whichever sector, wherever we are, there has to be equal participation. And okay, we are natural nurturers,
Yes.
caregivers, yeah, but I want to be that. I want to be that for my children. I mean, don't tell me that don't go and look after your children, don't take maternity leave, and don't discriminate against me just because I'm away on maternity leave. I mean, why not? Why not? I mean, don't shun me just because I'm taking maternity leave, just because I have 2 children. I got maternity leave twice. So don't shun me. Don't see me in that light, that that I'm unprofessional or things like that. So I think all across career choices that women make, all the vocations that they take. I'm here today as a guest of honor somewhere, in Tata Projects, and I saw women in construction. I mean, that's another barrier that they broke. And so it was everywhere. So unless and until there's participation, my belief, of course, government is supporting quite well. So in my opinion, that is very important. And don't tell us women that, okay, don't go and take care of your children. I bloody will do. I'm the nurturer, I'm the caregiver, and I'll do it. But I want to, and definitely it's my, I can make my choice, and women can make their choice. Some women can make their choice to not be a mother. It's okay, it's fine. Don't judge them. But if there is, a mother who's professionally doing her job, wanting to do her job, she's doing everything that she can in the best of her ability, the talents she has, the skills she has, she's exploiting everything in her professional life. Whether she's a mother or not does not make a difference.
Yeah, because even in Canada and I've seen that women in the armed forces had a lot of grievances.
Yeah,
that's why I asked you the question.
Just that we don't speak because also of the fact that we are nationalists, we are in a way very patriotic, and we don't want to bring our country in a bad light. But I definitely, having said that, I know I've stayed abroad for 2 years. I was lucky enough, my child studied in a school abroad. So seen women, and I've also seen how what kind of support they have, and because of the support that they have, it's really flourishing. It's really flourishing. The maternity leave, longer maternity leave, 2 years maternity leave, the creche been available there for from 1 to 7 years of age. I mean, if I have all these support, maybe many of us Indian women, young women, maybe their mothers are working, they might not get that support. How will they ever, think of working and having a family both? How can they balance unless and until the organization is, supporting them in the way of crash, in the way of other
Absolutely.
benefits and all that?
Yeah, like I said, in 90s, when the CEO, who was a woman, asked for it, and they said, you wanted feminism, go get it. Manage your kids on your own. That's not our problem. Like I said, we've come a long way 20, 30 years later.
No country can progress unless and until you incorporate these aspects.
Yeah, the feminine aspects.
I don't want to be a man.
Sure.
I so love the fact that I'm a woman, that I nurtured two human beings inside of my womb. I'm so gifted. I feel so gifted. And I'll continue to nurture them, and I'll never
Thank you so much.
not to have children and things like that. Okay, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for all your thoughts. It was really interesting and inspirational, I would say. Moving on, now I would request Dr. Puja Dewan to address us on social and health challenges in post-pandemic days, please. Over to you.
Hi, welcome. Am I audible? Your voice was cracking.
Yeah, you're audible.
All right.
Yeah.
So it's an absolute pleasure today to be sitting amongst August women here, and just been part of a discussion. And of course, it is Women's Day, and I believe that it is a Women's Day every day. And just as Sadhana mentioned, that I am happy to be biologically born a woman. And I am happy that I am not a man. Because the Almighty has gifted me certain features biologically which differentiate me and which I nurture and which I am happy to be within my own skin. So today the topic of discussion from my end shall predominantly be focusing upon women and the aspects of their personal, professional, especially health life, which has been impacted during the corona phase, and how do we take it forward and how do we look at it from the post-pandemic era perspective. I personally feel that the post-pandemic era has yet not arrived, and we are still in a very nascent and young phase of vaccination drive, but still that is our goal, and why should it not be so? So when the lockdown happened in India in March, do you know that the lockdown which was imposed under a Disaster Management Act? And traditionally, a disaster management means that you would be catering to things like floods, cyclones, earthquakes, or even wars. But this time round, it was a new category which was formulated for a disease. That was corona, a communicable disease. But what did it really lead to? Somewhere along the line, corona pandemic became a disaster for feminism as well. There was much hue and cry about physical stress and the physical disease. Many of us did not, luckily, fortunately, suffer from corona. So we did not have the burden of the physical disease, but we carried with us a fear and apprehension and unpredictability of emotional stress, financial stress, economic stress, digital stress, information pandemic, info pandemic, and so much so for students' academic stress and social stress. But this virus brought out certain factors amongst the society. A society where we in our constitution talk about equality, where we have been talking about gender equality, woman empowerment. But what did it bring about? It brought to light an amplification of gender inequality. it brought to us the further deepening patriarchy, the further deepening sexual division of labor, and the gender gap. And it brought it to our face that again, there was relegation of women in their gendered roles as caregivers. So this widening of gap was further perpetuated with loss of jobs, either of the woman or her family members. So working women and job layoffs became much more impactful amongst women, and amongst the women further on, those which were in the insecure sector and in the informal sector. But there were those women, particularly in the rural area, who were impacted because of certain subset of sectors in which women predominantly in India work. And those sectors are basically 5 sectors of agriculture, health, paid domestic work, and manufacturing. 80% of our women workforce is in that sector. And 63% of that is actually involved in agriculture. On the other hand, we also found that there was significant domestic and sexual violence. India per se, even in the pre-corona era, had 1 in 3 women reporting domestic violence, either proactively or through active surveys. Would you believe it? United Nations reported that worldwide, there was a 23% escalation in domestic violence in the first 3 months. I'm not here talking about math, about facts, figures, statistics, but to relate to certain things and the depth of the topic, I need to highlight these facts because you know what happened during Corona times that in a family, most of the time the domestic violence was through the perpetrator who was actually your husband or the male member in the family, and they were now not going out for work. They were actually either they had lost out on work, or they had a pay cut, they had a job loss, or they were confined to work from home, and there was limited space. We are all used to our silos. We are all used to our space. Even for a housewife, homemaker, when the members of the family go out to work or the child goes out to work, there is a me time for her. So somewhere, everybody was entrapped within the same space. There were loss of barriers. And therefore, the perpetuation of domestic violence with frustration of job loss, space, unpredictability, fear actually escalated a whole lot. And add to this sexual violence with the very person that you are living in with no escape. Now, where and why did I mention that? When I bring in sexual aspects, I bring in reproductive health. Because if you are entrapped and your means of recreation can lead to procreation, that is, you can become pregnant, whether voluntarily or due to sexual violence. And in the times when there was a sudden breakdown in basic essential services, which were cut down or closed, like family planning, contraception, safe abortion, delays in pregnancy. Imagine you've conceived, say pre-corona, and you don't want to continue with the pregnancy, and now there is no way that you can really go and fearlessly and to the right person to actually get the abortion done within the stipulated safe period. Likewise, you could have been pregnant before Corona and during Corona, and there was a phase, in the acute phase of lockdown and containment zones, where you really didn't know where to go for your antenatal checkup, for example, a follow-up ultrasound. I, being a gynecologist, know very well. So let me share with you all people that I must have done about 100 to 150 odd shows, which were completely philanthropic, and they were for the common man, particularly the women. And I did so many shows through National Service Scheme, Women Development Cells, certain NGOs, Ghar Baitho India Movement, Make India Digital, etc., wherein through social platform, I could reach in each show an audience of potentially up to 50 to 60K. And they would post their health questions and I would answer online for hours. And I even opened my telephone lines as well as my emails for them to call and for me to give them advice. And this still continues. Why was I doing that? Because there was a need. There was a need. It was not about education. It was about hand holding and support. It was about the stress. I talked about stress help tips. I talked about mindfulness, being mindful of where you are, what you're doing, of music therapy. So going ahead, this disaster led to something which was very unexpected. The corona pandemic was not gender biased. The corona pandemic did not choose gender inequality. However, when this crisis happened, we were gender insensitive. And what happened was that the series of events and things that I have relayed to you, now today that I address in this post-COVID era or the evolving post-COVID era, is the imminent and pertinent need to bring in gender responsiveness to the woman, to her entire world of work, across her duties from domestic to professional. And this would need a crisis cushioning, a gender sensitive, gender responsive crisis cushioning. And that would mean that we need to build back better beyond COVID-19. So we are today supported not just by the United Nations or the G20 countries or India, but the world today is looking at it. The entire progress brought in a picture which startled us. So came in the Sustainable 2030 Developmental Goals, which was stated in the Beijing Platform for Action. And what were these goals? It was just to build back better beyond COVID-19 for us women. So what did we do? We needed now pathways and policies for gender responsive recovery. United Nations gave its women policy brief. And of course, we looked at recovery packages. India did also give an economic relief package, but was it gender sensitive? And what do I mean by recovery packages? I mean that if you've lost your job or you're in debt, then there could be greater fiscal space. There could be debt relief. There could be cancellation of the debt. There can be increased global liquidity via special drawing rights. We need to invest in gender responsive budgeting. Whether the investment is in legislation or whether the investment is to support women entrepreneurship for sustainable development. Why? Because if the next time things like that happen, we need to preserve women's jobs. We need to generate new, decent, environmentally sustainable jobs for them. It should not just crash land, should it? We need to make sure that the micro, small, medium enterprises and the self-help groups that we talk about, they need to be supported with both public and social infrastructure. And the need that emerged is not a word that has come up for the first time, but it has come up with a thrust. That is to collect and disseminate sex disaggregated data. Because we need to bring in what Sadhana just mentioned, social safety nets. I quite agree. Why did I mention rural India? It's the majority. Why did I mention that 80% of the women are in agriculture? This is because they need to have robust social assistance, that is cash, food support. They need to have social insurance programs, that is pensions, health, unemployment for vulnerable women. And of course, we did talk about extended paid parental leave, childcare facilities, benefits, that goes without saying. And these issues get addressed. But you see, life shrinks or expands in proportion to one's own courage, doesn't it? So when it comes to domestic violence or sexual violence, we need to of course, have protection services, which include reporting, shelters, justice, and long-term essential services. But over and above this, we need to give them health services. If something like this happens, they need to be provided with maternal, sexual, reproductive, and HIV-related services in a very infection-controlled environment. And I would say that there's been a disproportionate economic. Have we lost the connection?
No, you are clearly audible.
Okay, Saina, thank you. So as I said, the sharpest fall has been in employment for women, and the women's economic recovery really lagged behind. So I feel, as a gynecologist, women are dynamic, women are flexible, women are adaptive. When we look at the white-collar women, when we look at the women in the urban sector, I think geographically, if we don't have to jump between different locations and different tasks, and we are centered in one place, and we have flexi timings, and we have work from home, actually on one end, we got benefited and empowered with a word known as convenience. So I would say that, of course, every challenge gives you an opportunity, and every opportunity comes through possibilities. So as a woman, I would say, remember who you are, and the game shall change for you. So I personally feel that each time a woman stands up for herself, she stands up for all the women. Each time a woman raises her voice is the voice of all the women. So the amplification of the voice of woman in COVID era, when stressed, when distressed, when pushed, has led to this awareness, which is a very pertinent point of jumping back with a thrust. Even when a baby is conceived, I'm an IVF specialist, and when we make a baby in a test tube and we look at the baby, and if later this baby was to be put in a mother's womb, and this baby was to actually get conceived and would be delivered, we would often find that there are more girls than boys. That shows our true resilience from within our genes and from within our mother's womb. And equally, when we look at the infant mortality rate, though the odds are higher for the care and the social perspective of looking down upon a girl child, but it's the girl child which has a higher 7-year survival rate vis-a-vis a male child. Again, longevity of life is higher for women than it is for men. So I would say that each time we women get together, we leave a little sparkle behind, don't we? So I would like to just conclude saying that when a woman takes care of herself, she becomes her best friend, because she becomes the best friend of not just herself, but of her family, of her workplace colleagues, of her society, of her nation, and of course of the whole world. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
There were bits and pieces where I thought that I am missing on screen. Sorry?
We were taking different people on the screen for the video
Okay.
record.
I just thought that just in case I'm missing on the screen. All right. I'm open to questions. I'm open to questions.
Anyone? Is there any question? Anyone would like?
I would not question, but I would say it was very informative.
Anyone would like to ask any
Puja.
questions?
It was really nice to know, and the in-depth analysis on how it impacted from economic to physical health. I mean, I really liked it. Thank you so much. It was,
I'm so glad.
you came across as the subject matter expert, who's done so deep study, and you're so clear on the issue and the solution. I really loved it. Thank you.
I'm so glad. And honestly, yesterday I listened to you, and I was most delighted to hear your viewpoints. Thank you so much. So just adding a few
Thank you so
aspects
much,
to what
ma'am.
I was just adding a few aspects to what I was saying. Actually, I'd like to bring to the knowledge of you all. So I am not a psychologist. I am not a stress therapy person. I am not a life coach. I am not a healer. But what am I? At the end, I started out with being a doctor. And soon I realized that, yes, if I look at myself as a person from the society and I look at things from the perspective of humanity, it's not that I am talking about this because I'm a woman. I am talking about this because I feel that there are the men and the women. And whenever I have had a look at the sex ratio, whenever I've had a look at the literacy ratio, and I see a skew in Kerala and I see a skew towards Haryana. I see a skew towards northeastern states and I see a skew towards Bihar. And I as an Indian, I envision, and I have always laid a thrust that sustainable development is well-rounded development, which has to be a development with the non-material developmental goals in place. That is equality, security, happiness, no social discrimination, and finally, respect for others and respect for your own self. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much, ma'am. The whole sensitive issues which you touched was really empowering. I'm sure everyone enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Moving on, I would like to request our next
Deepthi,
speaker.
Deepthi, I
Thank
had
you,
a
ma'am.
question.
I would.
Deepthi, someone has
Yes.
a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I just
Yes.
wanted
Yes, please
to,
go ahead.
talk to Puja. What was nice, what I liked was the elegance in which you brought out the conflict without it being like a stones to throwing kind of a situation. I feel that any issue can be brought out without having a polarity. It can be presented as a fact, as an evidence, as opposed to it being a contrast of what it should be. So who decides what that can be? It's all coming from a perspective, and the more we come at it as evidence and facts, and as in science, we mostly have facts. And I like that elegance of taking the science and the facts together and just putting it across there without any judgment or any biases either way. So thank you for that.
You're most welcome, because as a child, I would put it, let me correlate it with a small little incident. I went out for this first school trip in grade 4 all the way to Agra in a school bus, and all the way I yelled and screamed and sang and screeched all the way up and all the way down, and all the way down I hardly had a voice. So I soon gathered, and I sing professionally. So I soon gathered, and I'm being very abstract about it, that do I need to raise my voice? And does raising my voice mean raising my volume and changing my tenor? Or my voice can be heard at the tone that I would desire it to be?
Sure.
I am patient enough for my turn to come. It will come. Why
Absolutely.
would it?
I noticed that. So thank you for that.
I need to preserve my voice box.
Absolutely. Got it.
And you know, my field has been infertility IVF for almost 16 years, and there is just so much of counseling you have to do. And no matter what barrage of teamwork you may have, and you have counselors, but at the end of it all, it is we who have to convince, and we who have to give a justification pre and post the result. Even if it's good news, there is still so much chit chat. What's going to happen next? If it's bad news, there is so much to talk. So you just realize that brevity and volume and tenor need to be balanced.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And even as a coach, I feel the same way we have to do. We have to have the gravitas, and the EP, the executive presence, as we call it, where, you be empathetic and challenge when it is required, and question when it is required, and push back when it is required, and go with the flow when it is meant to be. So yeah, in the space of working with people, that's what's required. And whether it's
In
male
fact,
or female, it's the same thing.
In fact, what I have realized is that, we of course we reach our non-developmental goals at a pace, and when we are looking at basic things like id, ego, superego, and we are looking at just food, clothing, and sanitation at that level. But beyond that, I feel that when all these components come in, there is a huge role, of assessing the EQ of the perpetuators of violence and of the sufferers, equally making the society evolve at the level of SQ, so that there can be in a country which is so faith oriented, an SQ along with a high SQ along with a high EQ can be one of the ways to resort to sensitization of the society towards the right and the wrong, the black and the white, and the grays.
Absolutely. I mean, we never leverage the spirituality that we have and the whole aspect of the Shakti that currently exists here. In fact, a lot of the work that I've done is, I call it Shakti leadership. It's taking the innate piece of being a woman, and why do we have to diffuse it with military and structures, and which are not going to become us, but do it in our own way. And so I noticed that in you, and so that's why I wanted to bring it, because that's one of my pet subjects or topics that I like to talk about, and you did that with great elegance. So thank you.
So in fact, a lot of people say that the women often question, why is it I cannot do this? Why is it I cannot fulfill this role? I ask them a question.
I'm not ready
why
yet.
Why is it that, you have to do that role? I mean, why do you always have to make sure that you want to fit into every shoe? And maybe certain shoes as an individual tailorized method for you were not meant. So choose your shoes and fit them better, and then walk like a Cinderella with elegance.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, exactly. We can't be everything to everyone. And yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Why am I not ready yet? That's why I said that's my first one from my research. Why am I not ready yet? And so you're never ready, actually.
It's a pleasure to interact with you, of course.
Thank you, Puja.
Hi, Dr. Puja. I also have a question. This is Apurva. I loved your keynote address. You have touched upon so many different subjects which need to be talked about. And you are in the field of IVF, which is very hard on a lot of women. And I work as a nutritionist, and something that I have repeatedly seen in a doctor's clinic is how when a patient is a man, he's always accompanied by a woman, because the woman is the caregiver of the family. He's responsible for making all the healthy choices. But the other way around is not always true. A woman, when she's in trouble, may not always be accompanied by everybody in the house, or may not be given as much support as she needs to be given. So you are in one field which requires women to be supported a lot from her family. So how do you counsel the families of patients to make sure that they are giving the adequate support, especially the men in the family give adequate support to the women?
So, I'm a gynecologist and I'm an IVF specialist. So I can play dual roles. So there could be a good news that the lady is pregnant and the lady has come to my OPD, right? She may be accompanied by her mother-in-law, and the husband as well. Now, you would be surprised, either the lady comes inside my OPD by herself, or she comes with either her sister, mother, mother-in-law, or a female friend. And my first question is invariably, where's your husband? He's waiting outside. He's parking the car down below. So things have moved on for the positive, but somewhere there is also a mindset that if you're going to a gynecologist, then the husband is not welcome. He's supposed to sit outside in the OPD. Now look at the contrast that in infertility, a third rule follows. 1/3 of the cases of infertility are purely male-based. A third is because of female issues. A third is because of combi of male and female. And 10% of what is left, 30, 30, 30, 10. So 10% of what is left is unexplained causes, right? So at least in one subset, they were both. Now, how would I know that? It takes two to tango and it takes two hands to clap, doesn't it? So now I found a trick. Okay, so whenever there's a phone call also and they ask for a consult, so this, and I've been practicing for such a long time. So when they ask for a consult, I designed certain packages, for first time consultation after my exposure abroad. And I have been instrumental in revamping, establishing, piloting about 4 or 5 IVF units across corporate hospitals, from Apollo to Nova IVF to Kokila bin Dhirubhai Ambani to establishing it in Bombay and then in Max Healthcare. So it's been a wide range. Now I found out the trick. The trick was that my first consult was labeled as couple consult. Okay, so they will say, the husband is not coming, only I will come. I said, you still got to pay for the couple. Okay, but that's not fair, doctor. That's one trick. Okay, but yes, let me share with you. You have to impression upon people that both of them need to come. You need to break the barriers that both could be at a fault. You also need to heavily counsel. Sometimes you need to counsel the male partner that he could be a partner in the failure and a partner in a success. Equally, sometimes you just have to counsel the rest of the family. But proactively, I would say that there has been a shift in the mindset to quite an extent. And if you can also package it this way, that the consult for the lady includes a free consult for the male. Now, how is that? That excites people, they will come. But that's how it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. But then there's one more exciting part, whenever there is a delivery, and especially if it's a cesarean section, and the male partners are ever eager to come inside and watch the procedure. And even if the women folk are, at least in a cesarean, the women folk are not that hesitant to send in the husband to be standing by the OT table, unless the husband faints himself. But yes, there's been a sea change. They too come. They too volunteer. I encourage them to take the baby with them to the nursery. I encourage them to come and be by my side, although they will relentlessly ask you questions, right? At the time of delivery, I'm more worried that they will, get some kind of giddiness way ahead of actually taking out the baby. But the fact is, what can I do? I can only encourage them. Please come. Please watch. Please experience. You see, as they say, a society builds by what a mother inculcates in the son. And that shall be what the son would be treating his mother, wife, sister as, and the daughter. So that's one of the subtle ways I could have done it.
Brilliant. Thank you for sharing this.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So moving on, I would request Lieutenant Commander Sadhana Ghiri to address us on how to shatter limiting beliefs and insecurities. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Deepthi. Thank you. Can you share the slides I just shared with?
Yeah, doing that.
So In the meanwhile, let me share a quote from Maya Angelou. She's my favorite person. And she said, my mission is in life is not just to survive, but to thrive, and to do so with some passion, some compassion, some humor, and some style. And I'm sure all of us pretty much resonate with this idea. So happy Women's Day to all of you. Good afternoon. It was wonderful listening to other two ladies, so accomplished in life, and sharing their views. That was awesome. So a lot of statistics have already happened. A lot of things have already been told. Let me just have this topic, because it's so close to my heart. And I will also bring in my own journey in this a few slides that I'm sharing. So yeah. So so I want to ask all of you, if you can respond, it's fine. If you can just unmute yourself and respond. How many of you have ever felt small just because you were not good looking enough, or because you were small, or you were thin, or fat, or not smart enough, not intelligent enough, not talented enough, because probably you were not fair enough, how many of you have ever felt any sort of belief, were given from the society around you, community around you, people around you, or that emerged from within you? Can you just unmute yourself and say something? It would be nice if it is, if people participate.
So I would like to add, I have been, I think, a part of two types of such beliefs. That once, when I was a fat person long time back, I used to be told that I need to lose weight, I need to lose weight. And then when I became a thin person, I still get told that why don't you eat something? Why do you look so thin? So this is the kind of, now I do not have that insecurity anymore, but I would say yes, that people do try to create that insecurity within you a lot of times.
Yeah, all right. Yes, as per statistics, as per research, almost 85% of us human beings have some sort of beliefs, limiting beliefs, or sort of self-worth, self-esteem issue of some degree or the other. So we are all subject to it, and those who are not, congratulations to them. This is the next slide. Yeah, next slide. Can you identify this boy and this lady? Any guesses, please? Yeah, so this is Thomas Alva Edison, and that's his mother, Maria. Now why do I have in front of Edison's pic? Why do I have? Why did I share this pic? Because let me share a story with you all. Edison was 9 or 10 years old, and he was in a school, and one day he comes home with a paper and he says, mother, my teacher has given this paper and she asked to give it to you. And she takes that paper and she opens it, and there are tears in her eyes, and she reads it to her son, that your son is a genius, and we don't have enough infrastructure and enough trained staff to to handle him, or to teach him. So you can teach him at home. However, what the letter actually read was that your child is mentally ill. Your child is mentally ill. We just cannot teach him. You can teach him at home. So here was this mother who did not succumb to the opinions of other people, and we all know Edison. He was the genius of the century, And can we have next slide? And he was so accomplished. He had some 1093 patents to his name. And the incandescent bulb, the phonograph, and a lot of other things which we would not be here today if it was not for Edison. So next slide, please. So these are his contributions in 84 years of his life. The photograph, the incandescent light bulb, the earliest motion picture cameras, and he also created the world's first industrial research laboratory. Well, also known as the genius of the century then. Now, why did I bring this example? This is one example from the Western world. How many of us know, like I was asking yesterday, can you put me across to the next slide? Yesterday I asked, how many of us know Abdul Kalam's, Honorable APJ Abdul Kalam's mother's name? Ashiyama. And I have a purpose in doing this. I'll tell you why. Kalpana Chawla, Sanjyoti, Amitabh Bachchan, Teji Bachchan, Vivekanand, Bhuvaneshwari Devi, A.R. Rahman, Karima Begum, Kapil Dev, Lajwanti, Chhatrapati Shivaji's mom was Jijabai. So, why don't we speak about the mothers here? You know, we only see what is in front, and in the front are these highly accomplished people here, you know, world-renowned people with their unique accomplishments in life. So mothers are someone, can you take it ahead, Sainath? Or if you can make me host, Sainath, that would be great. I can
that would be slightly difficult. You tell me, I'll keep moving it.
All right. Previous. Yeah. So so whenever people say, I'm just a mother, I'm just a housewife, I'm just a humble, also in our country, whenever we speak of teachers, I'm just a humble teacher. But it is only these people, the mothers, the teachers, and the housewives who are the background people, who are doing the maximum work, who maybe are sacrificing their own gifts and talents just to see their children succeed in life, just to see their family succeed, family do well financially and otherwise. So this is the role of women. So let's not forget what women can do, what women as mothers can do, and let's not isolate mothers and diminish their importance in this world by just going on talking about career and jobs and things like that. Yeah, so there's another story that I want to share of a girl in rural India. So we are 69% of us in rural India, you know, and only 30% in the cities and towns. The rest of it is quite rural. So let's speak about those 30% of 70% of people, of women who are there. As per UN's report, the 3 areas wherein women need to be supported is health, education, and finance. So health, we know, the skewed, the doctor just spoke about the statistics, skewed ratio in some parts of our country. That's health. Education, we all know. Many young girls are not able to go to higher secondary school because of so many things that are happening, because they are not well supported, because the periods and puberty issues, all that, and of course the security and safety issue, and finance. because unless and until a woman is financially independent, she will definitely not she will always be subject to the atrocities, the violence that's happening against them. So it's very important that they are financially independent, so that in their household, the families, the in-laws, they all support. So it's important to have that financial standing of your own, and for that, education is very important. So if we ensure education, I think it should start with education. We will definitely ensure their financial income, financial independence. Yeah, so that said, also there's another statistics again from global gender equality gap. This is one study which was done. Out of 153 countries, I think India ranked 113. But let's not compare it with let's not compare and say that, okay, India is like this and like that, and it's very backward and regressive and things like that. Even the most developed countries some of the most developed countries are behind India in this gender equality gap. If we are 133, there are a few more who are behind us, including Japan. So so that is an issue which is prevalent globally. Women all across the world are fighting their own, fighting for their own rights, fighting for equal pay, and so many things there. So I was talking about this girl from the rural India, and there were 4 girls, and their parents were ostracized just because the girl was, just because the family did not have a male child to inherit the family property or to carry forward the legacy of the family. And one fine day, she saw this feud between her father and her uncle, father's elder brother, feud over the ancestral home. And her father was not given the ancestral rights over that home, which should have been, because he did not have a male child. And so imagine what would have been the plight of that girl. How would she have felt then, and more than anything, loss of the basic need, which is roti kapda makan. So one of them is makan, the house. So more than the loss of house, she now felt really something, non-existent. She felt insignificant, and she felt that the ground under her feet was just slipping away. Like she did not like people did not notice her, as if she was transparent, and she was so feeling bad about her own existence. But she made a choice. She made a choice to not succumb to these norms, the belief system that was existing then. Also then at that time, the property rights, the women could not have inherited the properties of their father as per the constitution as well. And later they amended it, and they have rights now. But then it wasn't there. And so she made a resolve that she cannot do anything, although she wanted to do something, but she couldn't do. All she could do was just focus on what she can do. And the best she could do was, when she was 13 years old, the best she could do was take all the opportunities that were existing for her to educate herself, to shine, to shape her personality. It was school, it was all the activities which were offered in school, the college, wherein she stood for elections as student council member, student council president, in fact, and led a batch of 2,000 women of a college in south of India. And as an NCC cadet, she she was adjudged as the best NCC cadet. She represented her battalion, directorate, in fact, at Delhi. So she was trying to do everything possible that she could, apart from her parents supporting her with the school and college opportunity. So she was doing everything. And exactly 10 years from that incident, which happened, it happened in summer, and exactly 10 years down the line, she found herself in Asia's biggest naval academy and in one of the world's fourth most largest military powers. She was trained as a naval officer alongside 70 other men. So there were 27 women and there were 73 other men. And she was trained alongside the same training, the same rigorous training. And she marched shoulder to shoulder with them. And she got her first appointment, and she was leading men, 70 to 100 men during her watch. And that woman was none other than Lieutenant Commander Sadhana Ghiri. And things, of course, a lot of things changed for me. But yeah, a lot of things changed for me, my family. More than that, what changed was the mindset of the people in my village. They started educating their girls. They started giving them higher education. Higher education. And, and things change, and that's a big change. That's a really, really, really big change from a situation where girls were considered insignificant to now a situation where I was commanding men. So it was a great change for me, and the change that this situation brought, my being in the armed forces brought, and that was that people started encouraging girls. They felt proud in having girls. So that was one incident, and then there were then there was no looking back. And 5 years down the line, my sister also joined the armed forces. The other two are also doing very well. One is a software engineer, and the other is a teacher in an international school. And this is my journey from. In the first week, I'm with my mother in the academy from where I was passing out. And this was the day. It's a very memorable day in all, everyone's life, whoever is passing out, the Antim Pag, and everything is so fresh and memorable still. And, in the academy, you never really get so much of time. You really you get famished because there's no time for you to sit and have meals, probably 2 to 3 to 5 minutes. That's it. That's all you have. And you have to run back and get ready for your next thing. So that's me there, looking famished, but definitely very proud. And in my subsequent pictures, you can see all these things. I mean, whatever I could, yesterday, I just gathered them. And this is some of them. And then, immediately after I left the armed forces, I was abroad for 2 years. And therein, my younger one was still very young, he was five months when I left the armed forces. 1 year, in fact, 1 year. And I had to join my husband there. And for some time, 1 year, in fact, I did not do anything. And I was just sitting and thinking as to what should my life be. And like I said yesterday, my life, I somehow thought 9 to 5 is not for me. Any job is not for me. And I took up liking for coaching and mentoring, because I got some opportunity there to mentor and speak and, impact young lives abroad, 13 to 18 years, for 20 years old, kids. And then from there on, there was no looking back, and then there was another thing which happened after I left the armed forces, and that was the pageant journey. That in itself was a very unique and remarkable journey of my life. Now, again, there were a few who always came up, the voices, external voices, not your own internal voices, external voices who said, what happened to her? Why is she doing pageant? And so it was my own journey. I just wanted to experience pageant, be a different person, experience a different personality of my own self. And so therein I joined women from 150 countries, from Indian women, especially all across the world, and that was held in Greece. And I got this title called Mrs. India Worldwide Pride of Nation. And the second slide. And then, of course, in the picture wherein you can see my son and my daughter and my husband, it was taken abroad, wherein when he was very young, I took him around to some 15 countries, and he went on to become a record holder of being the youngest Indian boy to have traveled so many countries in that span of life. That one. And then, of course, the pageant journey, and of course now my entrepreneurial journey, where I've just begun. So I never had a laid down path, to follow. And yes, people always question. People always say, "Why don't you go and join some good, nice corporate job? You're so qualified, so experienced." And I'm like, no, that's not my calling. I have a calling. Calling in coaching and mentoring and training, and I pretty much love it, and that's my purpose of life now. Of course, the purpose can change later, but as of now, I believe this is the thing I want to do. I enjoy so much. So let me just talk a bit about how can we identify this this belief which is not helping us, and where does this belief come from? So these things come from our parents, how they are around us, the culture, religious beliefs are also existing, the school, the experiences we have from 0 to 7 years of age, we pretty much have all the program in our head, and that becomes a blueprint, and that is a basis of how we observe the life, how we perceive the life, how we take decisions, how we respond to situations, and this is it. These are the things which contribute. Next. So how do I identify I have some limiting beliefs? So I came up with, after so much of study, I came up with the simple procedure. So list down all the things wherein you were successful, and list down things where you failed. And when you were successful, list down those things which became your assets, which were your plus points, which helped you become successful. And in the failure list, list down those things which probably you think that you failed because of those things, those blocks. And number of times it is that those things, those blocks which you write, those obstacles, hurdles that you can mention, they are your limiting beliefs. They are your limiting beliefs. They are blocking you, and you are supposed to get rid of them as soon as possible. As soon as possible, because all these conditionings, they just don't let us be who we are meant to be. They don't let us become the best version of ourselves. Next step. Next slide, please. Yeah. So how the simplest thing that we can do to enhance our self-confidence and get rid of these limiting beliefs, especially women, because it's what to say. It's so easy for mind to think negative, and mind is a thinking machine. It thinks say 50 thoughts in a minute, and maybe 70 to 90 thoughts in a span of 24 hours. And if we are programmed to think negative, then life's outcome will not be positive. So what are some of the things that we on personal level can do to enhance our confidence, self-esteem, and get rid of those limiting beliefs and insecurities. They are positive self-talk. Positive self-talk is, suppose you are going for some particular task and you feeling that, okay, will I be, you having those doubts, will I be able to do it or not? So what will happen? So instead of these doubtful thoughts, just replace it with positive ones. I'm going to enjoy it. I'm excited. I'm thrilled. I'm come out successful. There are affirmations. I'm confident. I'm positive. I'm good looking. And then there is self-hypnosis. Again, it's a very simple process. You have lots of apps these days wherein you have positive affirmations, positive affirmative sentences, which are always in present and always positive. The affirmation sentences will never be, I will be confident. No, I am confident. So frame those kind of sentences in positive and in present tense, not in the future or in past tense. Next, and what getting rid of the belief system, the limiting beliefs, insecurities does to humans. What it does is it builds better mindset. It makes you more action oriented. It definitely builds an unshakable confidence. You realize all your dreams, whatever you've thought of, and you definitely content and fulfilled in your life when you don't have these beliefs, So this is very important. So we spoke of attitude and behavior. So that is another aspect wherein one needs to put in personal effort. After these, this is given by society, and the behavior and the attitude is chosen by us. Partially, these are also contributing factors, but we can always have a different approach, different system of living, so that in our own best interest, so that we can enhance our capability of doing things, of being more productive, of of achieving more, of becoming something bigger than what we are today. So this is the important thing which I thought I should mention. And at every point of life, we are always we are either people doubt us or we ourselves doubt in our minds. So let's get rid of those doubts and limiting beliefs and insecurities, and just be free from inside and explore our full potential. So that's it.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for taking us on a journey. And it was really beautiful to see all the pictures, and really enjoyed the story, the way you explained it to us. Thank you so much. So moving on, let's start.
I have a question for Sadhana. Sorry.
Yes, sure.
So listen, you talked about all these beautiful women who, I want to know, if you were one of those women, how would you describe yourself? Your children, or what your women, or what would your kids say about you?
Say again, I didn't get the question.
Okay,
Anita.
You shared all those lovely women, whether it was Amitabh Bachchan's or Shivaji. What would your children say about you?
My children.
Yes.
My children.
Yes.
Definitely. I am making sure, and I will make sure in future, that they have great things to say about me. I'm definitely, definitely every mother contributes. My mother has contributed to what I am today. She was a housewife, and that is why I so much speak in support of housewives and mothers. So part of the decisions that I take in my life is definitely revolving around my children. They are my center of most of the decisions in my life. And yes, so whatever knowledge I have acquired, the experiences I have, I will use all of it to help my child, my daughter and my son. My daughter is 10 years old, my son is 4 years old, to help them be the individuals that they want to be. Definitely I will guide them, build a disciplined mindset, give them that attitude, but I will never pressurize them. I will never choose path for them. Okay, all right. So definitely they have all the freedom. My daughter will.
Yeah, thank you so
be who
much.
they want to be. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Moving on, let's start our panel discussion, because most of our speakers are already here, and apologies that we got a bit late, and so let's begin. Okay. Our third panel discussion is on balancing personal and professional life and maintain healthy lifestyle. Juggling between work and personal life is a challenge most of us go through. In such stressful times, a healthy work-life balance becomes very difficult at times. So we have with us the super panelists to help and guide us to achieve the same. So the time is finally here to meet our panelists. Let's begin with the introduction of all our panelists. Our first panelist is Professor Dr. Chetali Samant. She is a reputed Ayurvedic doctor and professor in Indian Institute of Ayurvedic Medicine and Research. Our second panelist is Apurva Joshi. She's a health coach, clinical nutritionist. She's into corporate wellness, health content writer as well, from Mumbai. Then our third panelist is Padmaja Penmesta. She has founded her own thing, Joypreneur. She's the founder and CEO at Align Joy LLP, Kingston Business School, London. She's an MBA graduate, MA in strategic HR, and also MSc in psychology. Our fifth panelist is again our beloved Lieutenant Commander Sadhana Ghiri. She's as I said before, she's a retired air traffic control officer from Indian Navy. She has pursued her MSc Electronics from University of Mumbai and MBA from Jamnalal Bajaj Institute of Management Studies. Our sixth panelist is Seema Mehta Roy. She's a discovery coach from Mumbai, certified New Way coach, ICF life and performance coach, NLP master practitioner, yoga teacher, and ultra marathoner and a trekker. Our seventh panelist is Ms. Shailaja, entrepreneurial life coach, mentor with 12 plus years of experience. She has her own institute in Mumbai where she trains women entrepreneurs. Our eighth panelist is Shweta Pallati. She's a manager from State Bank of India. She's a BTech graduate with 9 plus years of experience, and she's a COVID survivor, tested 3 times, and she's following good healthy lifestyle, and she's promoting the same now. And our last panelist is Ms. Mala Shivaprasad, product manager, Nokia, with 25 years of experience. She's engineering graduate, UVCE Bangalore, and followed by masters in research from IISC. She's started as developer in Motorola in Bangalore, and she has had various careers in technical lead to program manager, and she's a certified yoga instructor, and she's passionate about travel and yoga as well. So welcome everyone, and apologies because we got a bit late. Thank you for your patience. Before we begin the panel discussion, I would request all the panelists to keep it within 8 to 10 minutes. Please don't mind, as we have many activities planned post discussion. So let's begin. My first question is to Dr. Chetali. Ma'am, I would like to ask you how preventive healthcare like Ayurveda can help in relationships and career in a larger picture.
That's a wonderful question. Thank you, Deepthi. And a much required question as well, keeping today's scenario in mind. What I've seen is that most of the healthcare system which is in place now or which is imbibed on our minds is a reactive healthcare. That is, we only go to doctors or we only approach doctors when we fall sick. Preventive healthcare probably is a practice in our lives, but that's not to an extent as to make a larger impact. So COVID has knocked sense into many of our minds, as in why boosting immunity is important before you contract the virus, etc., etc. But we need this on a much larger picture, especially in women. The reason is that in several surveys conducted, for example, I vividly remember one survey conducted by GCI, in which they asked over 500 employees as to what was a major health concern which they were not addressing, and one of them was stress. The power which our mind has over our body is tremendous, and many of the diseases, although not physical, can be triggered because of stress on our body, which manifest as physical ailments, and several of them are not reversible. For example, I would give a quick example of polycystic ovarian syndrome, which is another silent pandemic that nobody is addressing, which women are suffering from today. PCOD or PCOS, as we call it, doesn't hamper your day-to-day life. You have irregular periods, you tend to gain weight. Some of us might experience issues related to our fertility levels or related to acne or related to hair loss, but none of which make us sleep in bed, isn't it? So we tend to address such health issues only when it becomes unbearable or unmanageable. But if we have to proactively look at ourselves and identify that, oh, this tiny symptom that my body is showing me today could kind of snowball into a very big disease tomorrow, and I need to take steps for it today. That kind of a mental conditioning is non-existent. Whereas Ayurveda, being a holistic science, advises that reactive healthcare is becoming redundant as we are progressing, as the time is progressing. And our healthcare now needs a major reform in terms of being a proactive or a preventive healthcare, wherein we start training our children or ourselves in whatever stage of age we are right now to take steps, identify what am I prone to, what diseases can happen in future, what is my genetic tendency, what have I might inherit, and what genes might become may code for diseases in future, and take care of that right now. So it is definitely in need of an hour, especially for women, for everybody, but especially for women.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. My next question is to Lieutenant Commander Sadhana Ghiri. How did you manage balance between career and home during your armed forces days, and what support did you get from home?
So, be it armed forces or any career, if you don't have support from your family, your spouse or your in-laws or your parents, maybe, I mean, now we are, we belong to that generation where maybe some of our mothers are not working, and maybe when it will come to my daughter, I would be maybe working still and may not be able to give her that support which my mother gave me during my delivery, during initial nurturing period of my child, and things like that. So definitely parents play, in-laws and spouse, they play a very vital role. Also, when there are support from organizations, for example, there is creche established. So yes, I did have, when I moved here to Mumbai from Visakhapatnam, where I was posted prior to Mumbai. It was a joint user aerodrome. Over here, we did have creche, and I so thank the organization for that facility, that I was able to discharge my duties, and I was more productive. So that was one. And so these are the things. And then of course the maternity leave, there's this childcare leave that has come up, when you can every year you can avail 20 days apart from your usual annual leave and casual leave. So that's another way of, government's way of supporting women working force there. I don't know how much it is available in the corporate sector, but definitely in the government sector, in the armed forces, these things are pretty much prevalent. And yeah, so I'm sure there are laws now wherein women, there are 50 women working somewhere, so there has to be a creche.
Yes.
Not many women employees are aware, or maybe employers are not aware, but it would be great practice, great support and infrastructure if they do so, if they create a creche and let give that support so that the women can contribute to the organization and economy of the country in the life.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much. My next question is to Ms. Apurva Joshi. I would like to ask, what are your views on vegan diet? How is it beneficial to women? You're on mute.
Sorry. Thank you for the question. So, starting with the vegan diet, now first to understand that why is the reason why people want to go vegan. There could be two possible reasons to this. One is from a health perspective, and the second reason is from an ethical perspective. That some people do want to go vegan because they do not want to harm animals in a process to get food for themselves or clothes for themselves, etc. So this is one perspective, but the one that is more popular right now is people think that going vegan is going to solve all their diseases, going to make them lose weight, and so on and so forth. So our human body is a very complex machine that works in a different way for every single person. So there is no single diet that is going to be okay for everybody. Every body has different nutrient requirements. So there's not one diet that can serve all of that. So coming to the vegan diet, now vegan diet means that you can only eat things which come from plants, only plant-based things. So anything coming from animals, be it eggs, chicken, fish, milk, cheese, etc. None of these things are allowed. So the major nutrients that could be that need to be taken care of in a better way if you are going vegan, especially from a women's health point of view, are firstly iron, because anemia is such a common concern in our country that one in every three women who menstruate is anemic, and this number hasn't changed for decades now, and WHO has one of its main goals that they want to reduce anemia by 2025. And the iron which is present in plant-based foods is called non-heme iron, which is the type of iron which is not as easily absorbed by our body as animal-based iron is absorbed. So if you are planning to go vegan, it is not that you cannot manage to get enough iron from your diet, but you have to get it planned very well so that you do not lack enough iron in your diet and you do not become anemic in the process of becoming a vegan. And if you are doing it for ethical purpose, it is always okay to take a supplement if you are not meeting your need from the food itself. The second nutrient which is very important and does not is not present abundantly in vegan food is vitamin B12, which is also important in women's health. So if you are, it is present in fermented fruits, sprouted foods, and pickled foods, etc. But if you are not eating these particular items in abundance, and if you are not getting enough B12 and you're going vegan, then you also need to make sure that you take a supplement for this, because B12 is also one of the components which controls the formation of your RBCs and in turn can make you anemic if you are deficient in vitamin B12. The next vitamin which I would say vegans need to be careful about is omega-3 fatty acids. Now, PCOS is a disorder which affects 1 in every 5 menstruating women. Endometriosis is a less heard disease which affects 1 in every 10 women. And in these particular diseases, there is inflammation in your body, which gives rise to more discomfort and more progression of the disease. And to reduce this particular inflammation, a woman needs to eat more anti-inflammatory things. Omega-3 fatty acids are known to be a great anti-inflammatory nutrient, which is present more in the animal based foods than in vegan foods. The only vegan sources are flax seeds, walnuts, etc., which do need to get converted in your body to make sure you get enough of it. So again, if you have some diseases which require anti-inflammatory foods, then you have to plan it in a better way. And last but not the least, which is getting more popularity now, is proteins. Now vegan diet, if you are on a vegan diet, you need to plan your protein intake well in a way that you pair your grains with pulses or grains with nuts to make sure that you are eating complementary proteins that make them very good quality. All the animal based proteins are complete by themselves, but if you are eating plant based proteins, you need to eat them in combination of a grain and pulse. For example, dal and rice, or bread and some pulse, like in case of misal pav, or idli and sambar, which is rice and dal. So these are the combinations in which you can get a lot of good quality protein. So these particular nutrients, if you take care of them, then you can be on a vegan diet. But just because it worked for somebody else and you're just trying to copy what worked for someone else, that may not exactly work for you. So if you want to go vegan and still stay healthy, get it planned from a qualified person, is what I would say.
Thank you so much. My next question to is Ms. Padmaja Penmitsa. How do you balance your personal and professional life being an entrepreneur?
Entrepreneurs, there is no luxury of separating personal and professional life most of the times.
You need to increase your volume, I think.
Hear me now?
Slightly better.
Yeah?
No.
You know? Can you hear me?
No, not audible.
So there's some background noise as well. I don't know from where it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think now it stopped.
Yeah. Am I audible now?
Yes.
Yeah. So, yeah, sure. Thank you. So I was saying for entrepreneurs, there's no luxury to say that, my professional life and my personal life are very separate. Sometimes, it's very difficult to keep the line very thick because what happens is in our professional life, we've become entrepreneurs because we're passionate about something. That is, we've put our entire heart into actually maybe creating a product or a service or something, and you've actually put there. So till there, your heart works. And there is a difference in the way we function when we use our heart and the emotion. Heart and the head. So it's either the emotion versus the logic. So as much as our heart has helped us to get to the point of entrepreneurship, I think, we have to switch on the head part of it when we actually become the entrepreneurs, because logic is what works from there. So in fact, when I speak to a lot of people, this is what I say, we need to learn how to keep our role and soul separate. Yes, we've put in our entire soul to become entrepreneurs, but once you have set up something and once you're sitting there, your role takes the preset. And we need to do it, that way. And when we get back home, that is when we talk about the personal life, that is where, our entire soul can be utilized. That is where your entire emotions, your heart, that can be opened up completely here. So if we know the difference as to where to use our heart and where to use the head, I think a lot of issues get solved. A lot of professionals, not just entrepreneurs, a lot of professionals go wrong because when they get to work, they bring their personality. They bring their heart where they want to make a point that I am this kind of a person. See, me as a person is different vis-a-vis what my role needs me to do. So even if somebody has to perform a particular function, maybe firing somebody, maybe hiring somebody, maybe giving a review to somebody, there's no point in taking things personal. But then a lot of people tend to do that because the lines blur out there. And the same person, when they get back home, there are chances that they talk about their role at home. You know what? I am a senior executive. So, I have worked so much at work. So I need to be respected. My time needs to be respected. My space needs to be given to me, whatnot. But if we learn how to keep our heart and head in place, keep separating the role and soul, because it's not about what you're thinking, and there are no absolutes in this. Situations change. According to the situation, if we can understand what hat we need to wear, I think there will never be a confusion between professional and personal life. But when the confusion arises in our head, because though we are at home, though we need a lot of time to be given to our kids, usually, again, coming from the society that we are, women are expected to give more. And if you're not able to give the time genuinely, you're labeled. You're judged, you're labeled. But if we have that clarity as to, why are we being objective when we are functioning as a professional and at at a personal level, I think that is where we will know what things at home that we can outsource. Can you give away cooking to somebody? Can you give away your child's homework to somebody? Can you give away something, taking them somewhere to somebody, and actually be there with them where you cannot be replaced? So in that process, we are actually buying time for ourselves. And the time that we spend is actually something which will be more nurtured, which will be more efficient, and doing all of this unapologetically. Doing all this without feeling sorry, because believe me, there are a lot of people sitting there to make us feel the guilt that, oh, you're not there to attend your child's PTM. It's okay, I might not go at the same time when the PTM is scheduled, maybe on that particular schedule. Maybe I have my other way of reaching out to the teacher and seeing how his performance is. So the major factor what I believe in, and in fact I try to follow, is keep your head and heart very separate and see where you need to navigate between the two based on the situation, the people around, the priority and everything. Because without the both, neither your business can work nor your home can work. So we can't even define saying that head is only for work and heart is only for house. We need to interchange, we need to juggle between the two and have a clarity as to why we are doing it. And if we can give this clarity why we function like this to all the people around us, people will start respecting our time, people will start respecting the effort that we're putting also. So it all depends on how much we believe in it and how much we actually apply.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you. My next question is to Seema. Are you there? Okay. Moving on. My next question is to Miss Shailaja. How important is maintaining a positive mindset for everyone, especially for life coaches? You're on mute. You're on mute.
Sorry. Good evening. I feel positive mindset is required by everyone. I wouldn't put it exclusively to coaches, but yes, we would form a industry where coaching is very important. So we will need to be more positive in our approach. What I would generally tell people is that when we are talking about positive mindset, it does not mean that we shouldn't be having any negative thoughts coming into our head. That is very natural. The only thing that we should be looking at is how best we can approach. Because if we are coaching somebody somewhere, like everybody says, we are going to put in our personality also over there. correct? So when we are trying to put our personality over there, we need to be balanced because we are trying to solve someone's problems. So if we are trying to solve someone's problems, if we are not balanced, then we won't be able to do coaching to them at all. So that is what I feel. It's very important to have a positive mindset. That's all from me.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. My next question is to Shweta Palati. How did you balance your personal and professional aspects when you suffered from COVID back to back? I'm sure that was a difficult time for you. So how did you, overcome it?
Wonderful ladies present here. I've been listening to the beautiful, wonderful lectures from all of you. Can you hear me, Deepthi?
Very low voice.
You can be much more audible.
Hello. Is it okay?
Slightly better. You can increase the volume if you can.
Yeah. Could you please wait a minute, 1 second? Deepthi? Hello? Deepthi?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Much better.
Yeah, I logged into from some other device. So hello everyone, this is Shweta Palati, working in State Bank of India for the last 9 years, and so banking experience for the last 10 to 11 years. Yeah, in the month of during August 2020, I was attacked with COVID, and COVID was with me for almost 38 days, 40 days. I was in deep love with Karuna at that time. Unfortunately, I lost my father-in-law. I don't know how that COVID has attacked our family. That was a very tragic, it happened. On August 10th, I lost my father-in-law, and myself, my mother-in-law, and my baby, 2.5 years old baby, and my husband, we all got tested. And unfortunately, me and my husband got positive. Me and my mother-in-law got tested positive. And the 40 days was initially, it was hell for us, seriously, because the Corona made me to it separated me and my daughter. She's just 2 years old baby, and I kept my baby with my mom. And other side, my mother-in-law, she used, of course, I need to console her. All of that was a sudden demise of my father-in-law. And after 14 days, my mother-in-law, she tested negative, but as I said, the Corona virus was very severe to me. After 14 days also, again, I tested positive. And again, after 28 days also, I again tested positive. It did not get the negative results because the virus was clotted in my blood. So that was very severe, and my immunity was low. And the second time when I went to the hospital, the doctor told me that only one thing he told me that changed. The Corona has changed me before Corona and after Corona, Shweta. It was like, doctor told me only one thing, Shweta, there is no medicine for this virus. There is only medicine to your mind. So unless you change your mindset, unless you become positive, you become strong, Corona will not go from you. So this was the advice given by him. And he only told me that to maintain the healthy lifestyle and to be strong. And he told me to be under sun for 1 hour per day. Daily you should be under the sun, and you should sweat out. You should, as much as you sweat out, the corona will leave from you. So during this process, after my second week, I think so, one day I was realized, so what was happening to me? What's happening? What happened to me earlier, and what's happening now, and what's going to be happen after this corona? That day and this entire 40 days of my corona, it has changed completely another Shweta. And I can tell you, these were the days where I spent exclusively only about myself, only me, no husband, no daughter, no office, nothing. And I took it in a positive aspect, I have taken it in a positive way. I want to do something. I don't want to be like normal Shweta. I want to change myself now. What can I do? I had all drafted out all my plans, what I can do, where I can get changes to in the people's lives. So this is the place, this is the time, that 40 days or 45 days time, after 45 days, I met my daughter, 2 years old daughter. The day I met her after 45 days, I can't explain you that emotion, the touch. I was under isolation for 45 days. You can imagine, without a touch, without a hug from a daughter, from whomever it may be, just under the four walls. That's it. I was with the four walls. And there I have decided, see, now I'm going to change my lifestyle. Now I have taken this corona, has taught me the life values seriously, honestly, to be safe, because I lost my father-in-law. At the same time, I'm seeing my mother-in-law. She is with me. I'm the only daughter-in-law. I'm not able to console her. I'm not able to take care of myself. I'm not able to see my daughter and office colleagues, all these sympathies and all. It completely changed my this thing. So there I have decided completely to change myself. I have kept my own healthy lifestyle. I have started doing yoga, exercise, all these things. And completely, while coming to the office after 45 days, I joined back to office. And there I have also decided, because while balancing, our topic is also about balancing, right? So balancing the personal and professional life, while I'm thinking about the balancing, there are stressing. Balancing itself is giving a stress to me. Why should I balance first of all? So I decided, instead of me balancing the professional and the personal life, I decided to see it in a separate thing. Both the personal life and professional life is a part of a day. Why can't I see the personal life as personal itself? Before 9 o'clock, it's my personal work. And after 6 o'clock, that is my personal time. I can't engage my office work during my personal time. I cannot overlap the both things. So I decided from September onwards, as I told you, 44 days after September onwards, even my work lifestyle got changed. And now I'm giving full time, and I'm 100% enjoying my personal life, and at the same time 100% I'm enjoying the professional life. This is my personal experience.
Thank you so much for sharing with us. My last question is to Miss Mala Shivaprasad. How does her fitness, travel, yoga, cycling has helped her to find balance in the life, and has improved her perspective? You're on mute, ma'am.
Thank you for the question, Deepthi. A little bit of background about myself. So I've been into sports in my school days and college days. So I used to participate in athletics, then also sports like throwball. That's a team activity. So even while I joined my job, I used to continue to do these activities. And then I used to lead my school throwball team or college throwball team. Then while in office, once I became financially independent, I started going on treks and so on. I enjoyed or loved these activities. Okay. Then of course my work got heavier, and for a small brief of time I would just travel, as in travel for sightseeing or work, and the exercise part reduced. The reduced exercise part, was impacting my health to such an extent that sometimes when I had to go to catch the office bus, where I'm a little late and I probably had to walk faster or even run, I'm out of breath. A sports person, an athlete, a champion, now just, to go some 10, 20 meters, I'm going out of breath. So that's when I woke up, and that even that small period of say 5-6 years, or where I didn't do much of exercises, really impacted me. And I also observed during this time when I didn't do these exercises, my general mental state was, I was highly stressed, negative in my thoughts, okay, and always uncomfortable or restless and so on. I also developed some neck pain, being so terminally focused. So that's when I got introduced to yoga. Okay, so initially when I started off, I couldn't do Surya Namaskar or the sun salutations, even 6 of them. Okay, I would really go out of breath. I mean, that was the state, of this not exercising for a couple of years. Then it took me about 8 months to almost a year to come back to my original self. And that was the year where I did 108 sun salutations of Surya Namaskars as part of Ratha Saptami. So I was back in form. And there was a change as well in me. The negativity in my mind started reducing. Okay, I was a little more positive in my thoughts, happier, or back to my usual, happy self. That was one thing I would say from yoga. Then, as you know, I also do trekking and cycling. So what this gives. So one thing about trekking is when you go trekking in Himalayas, you go trekking at very high altitudes. You have a less oxygen, and sometimes the climb is very strenuous. So breathing becomes difficult. So this is when you feel, oh no, there are times when you think, why am I doing this? Why am I climbing this mountain? Okay. But then you do this deep breathing because, from yoga, I've learned this pranayama. You actually are able to climb and cross over that small height which has less oxygen, right? We go up to 13,000, 14,000 feet where the oxygen is less. And when you cross it and finish it, cross that and you start your climb down, that's where, you have this amazing feeling, I did it. So that actually carries over to what you do in your day-to-day life, right? You believe that you can do it. If you've done something so difficult, this is really simple. Why can't I do it? So that gives you that positivity. Okay. And as a sports person, I observe, right? So, I participate in many competitive events, then some I win, some I lose. That resilience, okay, that fairness, that, it shows in your day-to-day work. And some of the few things I would say, right? We are playing throw ball. Our opposition team, we played against these different kinds of teams. So you have an opposition team which is really, really strong. You have to give your best, right? Same thing in your project. You've got this challenging project, a lot of things right on this for the company. So you do your best. Then you have this thrower team, which is really, opposition is so trivial. You can eat them alive types, They are not as strong as you. They are, you can beat them easily. Probably you can beat them to 15 to, 3 or 4 points. That's where you slow your game. You don't play like the way you play against the best team. You slow down, you play at their level so that they too feel good about making points. So that's where I realized you show this even in your work, right? You have a team member who's finding it difficult. So you're kinder to them, nicer to them. You help extend your helping hand to treat them, so that they can catch up with the rest of the team. So what I find that being doing this, maintaining this healthy lifestyle, keeping fit, it keeps your mind fit. It helps you balance out a lot of emotions and a lot of activities in your life. Okay, you become more self-conscious and aware. I've been doing yoga for almost 10 years now. So the consciousness level on what I am good at or what are my weaknesses, why I'm behaving the way I do, I'm more conscious and aware of that. My next level is to actually control it. So for sometimes I have this feeling or view, okay, I'm getting angry or I'm just getting upset or I'm being irrational. I'm conscious of that. I know I'm being all that. I'm yet to reach the level where I fix it. When that's I'm being irrational or I'm getting angry, I'm yet to reach the level. Say, no, I should not be angry now. I should calm down. I have not yet reached that level, but I know I am, angry. So I have the next step is to cross over those emotions. Okay, so I think my yoga practice is going to help me to reach there.
Yeah, it's really inspiring, ma'am. You being a professional, and I'm sure you'll be really busy, and you're taking time out to, be participating in such activities. You're real trekking and everything. We keep saying we don't have time. You're making time, and you're really, walking the talk. So I'm really inspiring. Thank you so much. My next question is to Dr. Chetali. Dr. Chetali. She's there. Okay. Dr. Chetali, are you there? Okay.
She said that she will be having consultations from 4:45.
Okay. I'll come back to her. My next question is to Apurva Joshi. How to eat well and stay healthy with minimal efforts to manage work, home, and also maintain good health.
Yes, thank you for that question. Now, due to the pandemic and the situation where we are working from home, it has become slightly easier to give ourselves a little more time to be able to manage both the fronts. But it's still incredibly difficult for most women to give themselves enough time. So when it comes to taking care of one's health, we tend to, because women are generally such perfectionists that we want to be perfect at anything that we take up. It is an all or none approach that, if I go to the gym, I want to do the full 1 hour and finish the session very strong. But if I can't go for that one whole hour, then I do nothing at all. So I would say when it comes to starting starting to look after your health better or starting your health journey, there are 5 things that, 5 simple factors that everybody needs to concentrate on. And it doesn't take a lot of time to be able to do this every day. First most important thing is hydration. That just drinking enough water can change your health in a great way. Be it losing weight, be it managing your anemia or blood pressure, be it managing, your hunger pangs, and a lot of different things get controlled if you just drink enough water. So this is one thing that does not take any effort, and you don't have to start. If you are at 1 liter right now, it's not like from tomorrow you have to start drinking 3 liters. You can just try to increase 1 glass of water every single week, and that is going to help you a lot in the long run. The second aspect, first was hydration. The second aspect is sleep. Now, it doesn't take much effort to sleep for most people. At least if you are healthy, then it shouldn't take much effort for you to sleep. And just having a healthy sleep routine. By healthy sleep routine, I mean going to bed early, not at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock at night, and getting a good 7 to 8 hours of sleep is what can change your health as well. A lot of hormonal imbalance is also due to the fact that our sleep is not okay. our body is meant to work with the nature as per the circadian rhythm. Our hormones are designed in the way that they start to increase in the morning when the sun rises, and they start to decrease in the evening after the sun sets. Now, if we try to go against this rhythm and keep working late at night or keep sleeping late in the morning, we are going against the rhythm. So just by having a good sleep routine, which does not take a lot of time for you, you can reset your health. The third factor, which most women ignore, is stress. Now, stress is also highly correlated with your hormones. And to get your hormones under control, we often look at weight loss, we look at different pills which are hormone therapy, or we look at different diets and exercise, etc. But we don't look at stress. A lot of female issues are psychosomatic, which means they start more at the psychological level and then manifest at a physical level. So a lot of diseases like PCOS, for example, can start just because of stress. So unless you address the root cause, you're not going to solve the disease. So give yourself at least half an hour every single day where you do some de-stressing ritual. It can be meditation, it can be listening to music, it can be dancing, it can just be going out for a walk or making some art, whatever you enjoy, but give yourself that time to de-stress. These are the first three factors. The next factor is physical activity. Again, when it comes to balancing multiple responsibilities, one thing that takes the backstage is physical activity. That this is not an absolute must. Making food is an absolute must, but moving is not an absolute must. One can do without movement is what we believe. So if on a particular day, if you don't think you can give it that much time, at least walk around, at least stretch a little, or do yoga for at least 15 to 20 minutes. There is never a day when you can't give yourself those 15 minutes. So it doesn't have to be an hour-long session in the gym. It can just be 15 minutes of movement, but give yourself that time so that you handle your health in a better way. And the fifth and the last one, which we think is the most important, is nutrition. Nutrition is just the one factor out of the five main factors. Now, a lot of times we see that women adjust all the cooking that gets done in the house as per the nutritional needs of everybody else but themselves. So you also need to make sure that you figure out what is your nutritional need as per your diseases, health status, or goals, and stick to that and make sure that everybody around you knows what is your need. Often women know what is everybody's need, but everybody around them don't know what women need. So there has to be a consensus in the family about what women need, and that needs to get communicated to everybody. And along with that, if you are in a busy lifestyle where you are not able to make up most of the nutrients through your food, there is no harm in taking supplements as well. But if you don't know what you're not getting through food, how can you supplement? So do not hesitate to take advice of a dietitian or a doctor in making sure that whatever you eat, however you move every single day, is taking a step towards your health and not taking a step away from your health towards a disease. So make sure that if you can't make time for many complex things, just give yourself enough time for hydration, sleep, managing stress, some physical activity, and nutrition on a daily basis. So these are the five things that one needs to manage and can be done very easily.
As simple as the water intake, right?
Yes.
That makes a lot of difference, which we all ignore most of the times.
Correct.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your insights. um,
Deepthi, you're on
You're on
mute.
mute.
Thank you so much. My next question is to Ms. Shailaja and Mala ma'am. Is balance really possible? It's a common question both of you can discuss together. Is balance really possible? What should be the top priority? What your thoughts?
Okay. I think I think Padmaj has said this, right? It's about your passion, and when you are really passionate about something, there's you really can't draw boundaries, right, between work and personal life. And especially now that, at least for me, I'm working from home. I actually don't see the need per se to draw that boundary balance, to work home here and work here. Okay, I mix both, I enjoy both. And to some extent, when you say balance, what do you mean by that? To me, it is disconnecting from work, not talk about work for some time, go take a break, relax, and come back. So if when I go on these trekking or cycling trips, especially when you go in the Himalayas, you have no mobile connectivity. The only people you are with your co-trekkers, okay? And so you are disconnected, you meet new people, you get refreshed, the way you think when you come back changes, you have a lot of positive energy. So I would say this kind of disconnection is good, okay? You come back, you see things in a new perspective because you met these new people, you accomplish something, and then you start again, okay? So I would say that balance per se is, at that point in time, do what is important and high priority for you. Work is important, personal life is also important. At that moment, do what is required for that. If work is important, you have an important deliverable, go ahead, do it. Or if some personal attention is required at home, either for a child or a parent or in-laws, spouse, do that, okay? No compromise on work, no compromise in personal life, okay? If you want to disconnect, disconnect. If there's too much noise in the house and you want some peace and quiet, take a break, go on vacation. Too much stress in work, again, take a break, go on vacation, okay? I would say just disconnection is rather a way to go rather than actually saying balance, because both are important and both are required, okay? That's my view. Probably Shailaja could add and, elaborate.
Thank you, ma'am.
No, Mala, I agree with you. I wouldn't say that we need balance. We just have to start prioritizing according to what is important at that point of time. But yes, balancing to some extent is necessary, I feel. Though as women, most of us are not able to do it because we are juggling so many roles at the same time. So it really becomes very difficult for us, especially to maintain a set kind of balance. So initially, I also faced a lot of issues. When I was working as an HR, I and my husband had this session where, we one day he would take the child to the office and the second day I would take the child to my office. So we were balancing in that sort of a way. But later on, I just found out that we just need to give quality time to the children. It is not necessary that you have to do everything and anything, because it's really like somebody also told that you cannot possibly fit into every single role. So at some point, you just need to let go, cut it off, and play the role that you are supposed to be playing. So whether it is of a mother or of a wife or as a professional, so just be there at that time and do that. And like I said, giving quality time is more important, I feel, even in the personal life, because ultimately everybody is independent and they can manage on their own. So be there when they need you for something. That's what I believe in.
Thank you, ma'am. My next question is to Shweta Palati. Are you there, Shweta? Okay, I'll get back to her. Again, to Shailaja ma'am, how do you multitask on a daily basis, being a founder and being a life coach, being a mother, daughter, how do you balance it?
What I have done lately, of course, after I started my entrepreneurial journey, I just met a mentor who said that, you just compartmentalize everything. So just fit your day into 4 sets of compartments wherein you start giving out. So like you are having some time in the morning, I think everybody does it, but we are just using fancy words, I can say. We all women do it. Like we keep the morning hours to cook and, generally keep the home ready. And then comes your professional life. So you just keep your afternoons. So that is how I work only in the afternoons. I don't work in the morning. So I can say I have the luxury, which most professionals may not have. But that is a conscious choice which I have made. So I work from afternoons to the evenings. After which, again, I am back to my personal life. So this is how I have done it in my life. That is how I started working, and it has somewhere shown the productivity has increased, and it has made me also more calmer,
Right.
and I have a sense of feeling that I'm able to manage things. So that is how I have been doing. That advice really worked for me.
That's great, ma'am. My next question is to Apurva Joshi. Please throw us some light on upcoming trends in healthy food lifestyle. There's so many things which are coming up nowadays. It's really confusing to go for this or that, you know. As a nutritionist, it will really help you, because if you can throw us light on that.
Yes, sure. So now, while I was preparing, I also I also conduct sessions for different corporates based upon different health related subjects. And while I was preparing for one such session, which was addressing the topic of how food can affect your mood. So the different foods that you eat, how can it control your mental health? This was the topic that I was researching upon. And I also came across a lot of different researches and talks. And the common thread behind all of these was, like, after so many decades of research and after how so many research done, why is there not an answer to what is a single best diet for human beings? Now we have been doing research on different diseases, research on different health conditions, but nobody can answer that what is the single best diet for human beings. And the reason behind that is because there is no one diet that can suit everybody. The diet has to be personalized as per different people's needs, goals, etc. So one of the major trends in the nutrition field right now is personalized nutrition or precision nutrition, which means that based on a person's, now there are different ways to personalize diets. Some do it based upon DNA samples. Some do it in the Western world. It is done more based upon the gut microbiome sample. That means they take your gut bacteria, take a sample of that, and based on that, they tell you that what foods will raise your blood sugars and what foods will not. It's not like rice will raise everybody's blood sugar or banana will raise everybody's blood sugar. There still are people who can tolerate rice very well without spiking their blood sugars. So personalized nutrition is going to be a major trend. Now, right now, we may not have it as commonly available in India, but what is definitely available is different dietitians, nutritionists, etc., who do take up the pain to go through your entire case and then personalize your diet for you based upon your health status, goals, and your likes and dislikes, etc. So this is going to be a major trend, personalized nutrition. Another trend I would say is that we have now seen a lot of trends like vegan diet, keto diets, low carb diets, high protein diets, etc. But there is not a single diet which I would say has survived all these times. That there is a new trend coming up every year. So one trend which I think will stay in future as well is, no matter whether you are a vegetarian, vegan, non-vegetarian, or you follow any other flexitarian pattern, being plant forward is the way to go, which means when you look at your plate, a lot of your plate should be coming from plant based sources. It is okay to have meat, it is okay to have milk based or animal based produce on your plate, but most of it should be plant based. So irrespective of where you get your other nutrients from, a lot of fresh fruits, vegetables, produce, whole grains, nuts, and seeds should become a part of every diet. So I would say being plant forward is one trend that will be big in the future and which we should all also be following for our good health. And another thing is alternate sources of protein. Now we have most likely been eating either animal based sources like meat, poultry, fish, etc., or plant based sources which are different pulses, different dals, etc. But now there is somewhere there is a I think cross between the two, where people who want to go plant-based but do not want to eat animal-based proteins. There are proteins which are made from plants, but they mock the texture and the nutritional value of an animal-based produce, like mock meats or, vegan eggs, etc. So this can also be a big trend in the future. Now, whether or not it is actually good for your health will have to be evaluated with research. Like if you make a vegan egg using a lot of different chemicals to give it that texture and taste and flavor, but an egg is just an egg with one ingredient, but your vegan egg has so many different ingredients, chemicals, preservatives, etc., then is it really helping your health? Same way, even in case of different burger patties or meat which is mimicking the regular meat, if it is made using a lot of different processing and chemicals to give it that texture, taste, flavor, etc., then is it really adding to your health? So that could also be a major trend coming up in the future.
Right. Thank you so much. My next question is to Shweta Pallati. Yeah, hi Shweta. You've been in the banking sector for almost 9 years. You would have a set of time in the banking, 9 to 5. So how easy it is for women in the financial, or how difficult it is to have a balance maintain a balance in life, be it professional wise, health, and even personally.
Yeah. Good question. Thank you. As I already told you, very sorry. Yeah. Yes, financial sector, as you know, such a very crucial sector and very accountable one also. One working, sitting at the office in front of the desk and dealing with the public money, and especially talking to the customers, and the way we will deal with the different types of customers we are having from different sectors. We used to, like, from agriculture, from MSME, from social activists, and from different all professionals. So while dealing with them, we need to be very focused, and we need to give much priorities to them. At the same time, balancing here at the personal, as I told you, when my baby was like 6 months or 7 months, I left her to my mom, and when she was 6 months old. Then I joined the bank after my maternity leave. What happened is, I had some gynec problems, so I was on leave almost for 12 months, 12 plus 14 months I was under leave. So I was with the baby attached for 6 months, and before that also. So that attachment, after coming to the office, it did not leave that attachment. Obviously, she's just 6 months old. I'm unable to concentrate on my work, and it's been almost 14 months. After 14 months, I'm joining back. Unlike software, there are no such technology updates, nothing like that. Obviously, the service will be the same service what I was doing earlier before my maternity. So what happened is, thanks to this technology, I used to do these video calls and all for every 3 hours, what my baby is doing, what is she doing, all this time. So what happened, within a 1 week or later, within 7 to 10 days, I observed that I am lacking concentration on my office work. So I'm unable to concentrate, I'm unable to focus as I was doing earlier. Because of this, mentally, psychologically, I was this kind 6 months baby. She's just at home. How my mama is taking care and how my mother-in-law is taking care. So this happened like that. Then I decided, I kept some strict rules for myself. See, this is a public sector bank, and moreover, I cannot spend my personal time in the professional field at the same time. So what I have done is, as I told you, I have segregated. So only after coming to office once or twice, afternoon timing, only after 4 o'clock, like that. So I used to do only video calls at that time. I used to take care of my baby, and it happened like that. And now she's 2.5 years. So gradually, what I have done is, I believe this has to be done for all the by all the women also. What I have done, see, every woman, there should not be any gender division. When I'm working, when he's working, husband is also working. I am doing the housework. Of course, why can't he do the housework? Even this lockdown time, it has made the men, uh, they got to know more about the domestic work, what we women are doing, both the personal and domestic work also, professional and the domestic work also. So what I have done is I made him to learn this domestic work seriously. So gradually, what my husband, household chores, whatever it may be. So now, earlier we were only two, now we have become three. So of course we have to take care of baby also. Of course I have to take care of my work also. I'm into this field and he's into some other field. So we have decided we have to balance our work first. Wherever we are going, we have to divide. So gradually he started helping me in all works, and right now he's doing more than me. I can say that's lucky. So he's somehow helping me, and in that way I'm very fortunate that my mother, she also, of course mothers are always mothers, she's helping me all the time. So after going to office also, I managed in this way. This is how I managed.
Thank you so much. I think all the quarantine time, I think one or the other new things are, husbands also have learned to support us.
They started cooking, they started doing all the work now.
Yeah. Now they know what it takes,
One of the advantage of the Karuna.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, yeah, thank you. Now, if anyone has any inspirational stories or anything to share, Prabha, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay. Can you please introduce yourself, and if you have anything to share or ask any questions with our panelists, please go ahead.
Yeah, sure.
Would you mind switching on your camera? Are you there, Prabha?
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm Commander Prabha Lal, a retired naval officer, and I have 16 plus years of experience into the education field and the administration field, and an MBA from HR and BE Electrical. I've just recently left the service, and it was really my privilege to be part of the Women's Summit. And I listened to all the panel members, and it was really an eye-opener in some terms. Like being in the armed forces, you have your own ways of administration, and the views which you all shared today was diverse. And as has been brought out by all the panel members, that each one of our, in itself, we are unique, and we have to develop our own skills. Like yesterday, one of the panel members, she mentioned that best is a dilution. I mean, you have to celebrate what you have achieved. You should not be in the rat race. Encourage yourself, motivate yourself, upgrade yourself is what I have learned yesterday. Keep learning, learn, unlearn, relearn, just get going. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So anyone else would like to share anything? Apurva, you have any
I think I was really impressed by today's session, especially the talk given by Anita, Sachdev ma'am, and Dr. Puja. Both of them addressed very different topics, and both of them were very inspiring. So that I would say was my favorite part of attending Women's Summit.
Thank you so much. Shailaja ma'am.
Apurva, I just wanted to ask you something. We have been told that, especially the Indian food, I'm talking about the Indian food, that our Indian food are already very scientifically proven to be beneficial to our body and all. So how is it that, is it true, or should we continue this, or should we be doing something else? Because like now all these new things like vegan and keto and all, I don't believe in any of them. But yeah, I just wanted to know.
So very good question. Now, if you see, a lot of our traditional food combinations are made in a way that, they do complete the plate for us. Like, they offer
Exactly, exactly.
or there are, things that complete each other. So making sure that everything gets absorbed properly, everything gets assimilated properly, etc. But one thing now, a lot of time people do say that just eat what your grandmother ate and you will be fine. But the factor that we forget in following this particular advice is, first one is, are you also living the kind of lifestyle that your grandmother was living? Are you as active as her? Are you moving as much as her? Are you using as fewer gadgets as your grandmother used? Do you do all that work? So most likely, we let go of the physical activity part that our grandmother did. Are you sleeping as much as your grandmother did? Or are you addressing your stress as well as they did? Are you in more hurry as compared to your grandmother? So and is your food as nutritious as your grandmother's was? The vegetables, the fruits, grains, etc. All of that you get to your place right now, is it as nutritious as your grandmother's? So we can't only see it in isolation that we will only eat in the traditional manner. We do need to bring in some correction and some change of, I would say, menus to make sure that we still stay healthy in spite of all the other factors that have changed in our lifestyle. But at the core of it, yes, Indian meals, most of them are very complete in nature. We have just changed the because of the abundance that we are given, that we don't have to struggle to get food in any season. Even if the crop is not okay, we still somehow still find food on our plate all the time. There are no fruits or vegetables that are seasonal anymore. Everything is available all the time. So because of this abundance, we somehow don't limit ourselves while eating, and that is the problem which troubles the balance of the food. But at the core, the Indian food is still balanced as long as we practice proportion control.
Yes, I think that is like
Apurva,
a
I have
major
one
thing.
question.
Proportion
Yes,
control.
Raina.
Yeah. So I have seen that a lot of women are very, very picky about what they eat. Like generally they don't like what is supposed to be good for their body. A lot of people.
Okay.
And that's a reason why I think there is incomplete nutrition.
Right. No, I would say that the observation is correct. A lot of, I would say, women are more picky and more conscious about what they eat than men. But it also comes from a deeper problem, that because women's bodies are subjected to more expectations than male bodies. Nobody, women's bodies are supposed to be in a certain shape. They're supposed to be in a certain size. If a woman is not of a certain size, if she's too fat, then they are told that, okay, you cannot get married because you're too fat, or you won't be attractive. Or if they are too thin, they are still told that you cannot get married because how will you bear a child if you are so thin? So on both ends of the spectrum, they have a lot of expectations to deal with. That's why the general focus of women has shifted from good health to maintaining a good weight. And because of the shift in focus from health to weight, they are just obsessed about picking out items that might increase their weight. Okay, does cheese increase my weight? Let's remove it from my diet. Does banana increase my weight? Let's remove it from my diet. And who's going to replace all the other nutrients that you are getting from all these foods? Now, you might only think that cheese is high in fat, but cheese is also high in calcium and high in protein. So if you remove cheese from your diet, where are you getting that extra calcium from? If you think that dairy is making you fat, where will you get that calcium and protein from? So once you are focusing on just removing foods and achieving a particular weight, that takes the focus away from health. So we need to eat more nutrient dense foods that support our health first and get into the best health possible before we get to an adequate weight, or I would say the ideal body weight. We can achieve health. That I'm a firm believer in body positivity and health at every size. I believe that we can be healthy at any size possible as long as our focus is just health.
What do you think? What do you think about BMI? Is it a right approach to look at health?
So a very good question. And again, I run a service called Unbox Nutrition, under which for the last 1 week, I have been creating content specifically around women's health. And I was reading up a lot about women's health. And there was one article that I read which said that BMI was a concept which was developed very long back, decades ago. And it was developed keeping in mind white men as the target group. So, how healthy are you based upon your BMI? This scale was developed specifically for white men. And now we are using this scale worldwide, even for all, not just white men, even, Asian men or any other men, and even women. Now, women by their physiology are supposed to have more fat than men, because our breast tissue is fat, a lot of our reproductive organs are fat. So naturally, our fat percentage needs to be more than men for adequate functioning of our body. Similarly, even at the same BMI, keeping women's bodies aside, even if I take two men of the same BMI, say one has a lot of muscle in him, goes to the gym regularly, lifts a lot of heavy weights, and has more muscle than fat, versus one who does not exercise at all, eats a lot of unhealthy food, and is obese, and most of his body is fat rather than muscle. But because BMI is just the ratio of your height to your weight, both of them can be at the same BMI. Both of them can be at a BMI of 25, which is borderline normal. But one can be metabolically healthy, meaning that he has more muscle than fat. All his body parameters are normal. He doesn't have diabetes, doesn't have hypertension, or doesn't have any issues. Versus the other guy who also stands at 25, but has more fat than muscle and has high cholesterol, hypertension, diabetes, and every possible disease. So BMI, I would say, is a very old indicator of health in today's time, and the kind of technologies that we have available to us, that may not be the best option to judge somebody's health.
Thank you, Apurva.
Thank you, Apurva. A lot of information to digest. I mean, we have to be really conscious of what we are eating now. Yeah. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Do you have any questions, anyone? Rajani?
Yes, I have a question for Apurva too. So I've been waiting to ask you this question, but I was thinking let everybody else finish and then we could take over. So just wanted to ask you, what is your take on calcium intake for women and dairy products? Sometimes you hear a lot. I mean, I think you've covered this a little earlier during the vegan question. So a lot of people talk about calcium intake, how it is important for women at this age. But a lot of vegan followers say that there's no need to take in milk or milk products. So what is your take on it? Because Indians, as South Indians especially, we are used to eating milk and ghee and buttermilk and curd in every meal of ours. So how can we avoid that? And is it really necessary? What are your thoughts on it? You're on mute.
Sorry. To be honest, when a client comes to me, I do not play around with their faith. If somebody who's non-vegetarian comes to me, even though I am not a non-vegetarian, I would never ask that person to go non-vegetarian. I, as a nutritionist, when we start our education on the first day, we are made to take an oath that we will not judge any client based upon their gender, based upon their religious beliefs, or based upon their eating habits. To us, everybody is the same. And my job is to guide them that how can they best achieve their nutritional goals given whatever that they present to me. So to be honest, from your question point of view, calcium intake is very important for women. Until now, so one of the videos that I did in this week was also osteoporosis. Now we do know that once a woman is menopausal, the estrogen level in her body goes down, and which in turn starts to affect her bone health, and she is more likely to get a worse bone health and develop osteopenia or osteoporosis. But what we do not know is that our bone health starts to decline as early as 30 years of age. We do not have to wait until we go. So over 50 years of age, 1 in every 2 women is more prone to having osteoporosis, but the decline starts right at 30. So we need to get inculcate eating habits right from an early age. Now you can, the typical intake of calcium, which is advised to at least the younger females, is about 1000 milligrams. Now you can achieve this both ways. You can achieve this from a vegan diet as well as a dairy based diet. But Indians, I think it is, if you see our culture, dairy is a huge part of it. We have been having curd, milk, buttermilk, and a lot of things made from milk traditionally in a lot of our meals. And milk is a very good quality protein as well as calcium. Now, if you have heard any of the things said by the vegan people, or if you have read some of the messages, they say that milk is acidic and it leaches calcium out of your bone. This is a very common belief. Or
and they also say that calcium can be, you can get your calcium from any other source too, by only dairy products.
Right. So there are other sources of calcium. Now, just if there are any vegans around here, I would want to cover this. Other sources of calcium are seeds. All our seeds are great sources of calcium. Till is the most commonly used seed, sesame seeds. Ragi is a very good source of calcium. Green leafy vegetables are also very good sources of calcium. So these are all the vegan sources. And dairy, of course, is a good source of calcium. Now, coming to the point of dairy leaching calcium from your bones, or making your body acidic in which the case in which your body can leach calcium very easily. Now people tend to forget that our body is a very resilient machine. Like anything coming from outside, it is very difficult to change the pH of our body. When people say that let's go on an alkaline diet to increase your immunity, our pH of our mouth is different. The track which goes from our mouth to our stomach, the pH is different. The pH maintained in our stomach is different. It is more acidic, whereas the track from your mouth to stomach is more alkaline, and so on and so forth, till your the whole digestive tract has different pH maintained in different places. Now just by drinking a particular kind of water, or having an avocado, or eating some berries, your pH is not going to change. It takes a big way to change the pH of your body. So just by drinking a glass of milk, the pH of your body will not change, and the bones are not going to leach calcium out of your body. So
if that would have happened, I think our grandmoms and moms would have all,
right, all would have been osteoporotic, but that's not the case. Now, what was also helping our grandmoms a lot, and which I would definitely use this platform to tell people about this, is your bones do not get stronger unless you put some load on them. Your bones can only remodel and get stronger when you put some effort, some stress on them. Now, if you are lifting a weight, or if you are lifting your own body weight while doing yoga, or if you are doing some training using resistance band, what your body perceives that, there is some stress being put on me every single day. And if I take too much stress, my bones will break if they are not strong enough. So your body, because of the micro wear and tears that your bones take, your body makes them stronger in a process to be able to handle that much load. So unless you take some load on your body, do some sort of weight training, strength training, or resistance training, your bones will not get stronger. And this needs to start from an early age. You don't have to wait until you get 50 years old to start this. If you start this at the age of 25, you're not going to get weaker bones when you turn 50 and you're menopausal. So women need to not shy away from strength training and need to include it in their regular routine. Our grandmoms were lifting a lot of weights and doing a lot of work which was in a way strength training, which we do not do anymore.
Thank you
I
so
think
much.
a lot of ladies are also scared about getting masculine figures if they probably do strength training. So that is another part of the story, I guess, which they are a little worried about.
If you see any of the female bodybuilders and how their muscles and their shape looks like, you have to do a lot of vigorous things and probably take some steroids and some body fat burners and more to look like that. Just by lifting, now I lift weights, I do not look anything like that. A lot of the actresses that you see on screen, they lift weights, but they do not look anything like that. So it is only going to make you stronger and leaner. It is not going to make you masculine.
How many days a week of strength training would you recommend?
So I would say a total physical activity of 5 days a week is good enough, out of which 2 days can be strength training.
Okay.
And if, for now, if there are any older women who have never done this before in their life, there is always a way to start small. You can just do regular movements using a resistance band. Just do your stretching using a resistance band. That can also make your muscles and bones stronger, and slowly then graduate towards, more rigorous forms of training.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Apurva. We have Sumati Ramesh. Would you like to share your story, introduce yourself and share any story? Ms. Sumati Ramesh? Okay.
Okay, I have a question for Apurva. Okay, it's like, see, Apurva, we've been seeing a lot of this protein shakes, which are there. They say it's specifically for weight maintenance or weight loss, and they say it is plant food and all. And a lot of people are going for it also, right? What do you say? Like, how do we identify the right kind of, plant-based food or protein shake? And is it advisable to go for that?
So there is one. Sorry, we wanted to say something.
No.
Okay, so there isn't one thing that can be commonly advised to every single person. Now, this depends upon your body's need. Now, a lot of people think that protein is only required by women who are lifting heavy weights or who are doing a lot of physical activity, or by men who are stronger. But everybody needs about 0.8 to 1 gram per kg of their body weight as protein. Now, if you weigh 70 kgs and if you are trying to lose weight, you should be eating about 70 grams of protein in a day. Now, if you consider, for example, if you start with a vegetarian diet, if you consider one bowl of very thick dal, not the dal which will spread in your plate if you put it on your plate, thick dal, that will give you about 6 to 7 grams of protein. If you have a glass of milk, a glass of cow milk will give you about 6 to 7 grams of protein. Now, when you are trying to make up 70 grams of protein through just food, then are you able to stay in your caloric limit, which you need to follow for losing weight? Without exceeding that, can you include 70 grams of protein? It becomes very difficult for some people. Like, if you can't eat that much, if you can't just make protein one whole meal, then it gets really difficult. So our focus as dietitians or nutritionists is always to hit as many nutrients as possible through just food. But for whatever reasons, if we cannot hit certain nutrients through just food, then it is okay to take a supplement. Now, if somebody comes to me, I never directly put them on a supplement. I first make them work hard to get as much protein as they can through food. And then if they're still not able to hit that mark, then is when I can consider putting them on a protein supplement. Because if you are not getting enough protein through your diet, it is not even keeping the weight apart, it is not good for your health as well. And in this case, the two most commonly available protein supplements in the market are whey protein, which is derived from milk, and the second one is pea protein, which is derived from plants. Now, both of them, because they are extracts of protein and contain just pure protein, both of them are very good quality. But in some cases, if they are contaminated, then they may be contaminated with male hormones. So male hormones are the ones which are going to make it easier for you to put on more muscle and easier for you to lose more weight. That is the reason all of these proteins get spiked with male hormones. So as long as you stick to a clean source of protein, which is not contaminated, is from a reputed source and is tested in the laboratory for all of these contaminations, it is okay to take either whey or pea. Now, if you are vegan and you do not want to consume any animal-based produce, then you can stick to the pea protein. If you are okay with both, then whey is the one that tastes better. So the choice is up to the person. Both are good enough in my opinion, but do not take them if you can hit your protein goal through food.
Right. Thank you, Apurva. My next question is to Ms. Shailaja. What are the skills you feel 2021 young women entrepreneurs should have to be successful and impactful entrepreneurs? Before that, I would like to welcome Ruqya. Welcome. Thanks for joining. It's really very, we are really happy that you have joined. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome, Ruqya.
Thank you so much, and sorry for being late.
No, you're on time. In fact, you can join in asking the questions too.
Yes.
Thank you.
Coming back to Shailaja, ma'am, your thoughts?
Yeah, I feel essentially now, since the pandemic, we are all online all the time. So digital skills has become the thing. We all need to be really upskilling ourselves in the field of technology or the digital skills. I was once upon a time very bad, but because of all this, I have also now picked up. I'm still bad at social media. I'm still picked up a lot of skills. So this is one of the things that is really very important. And another one was which Meenal told yesterday, branding. I think that is nowadays the instinct, because as long as you are visible, you sell. Nowadays, it is not only about talent and word of mouth and all that, which was there earlier. But now these things really don't work, or at least that is what I have noticed. So I feel that is another important factor, that we need to build up on our skills on how to brand ourselves. The third one is, of course, our communication skills. The better we are at communicating and showing ourselves in a better way, then that is the way that we can progress ahead. So I feel majorly these are the three skills that we should be looking forward for all the entrepreneurs now. I have recently done one for a lady who has started her cooking business. So she was asking now, how do I take this to the next level? I said, if you just depend on word of mouth, it won't work. You need to get on the social media and start doing something. So she started putting up her pics and all on Insta, and suddenly there is a boom in her business. Now she is trying to employ more people so that she can execute all the orders that she gets. So it's something like that nowadays. That really plays a huge role.
Apurva, are you still there?
Yes, Apurva.
She has just mentioned that she has to leave. She has mentioned in the chat.
I think we all should prepare a list of questions for Apurva.
I wanted to discuss about this A1, A2 milk.
That's what I said. We all have a lot of questions. I also had 3 more questions. But then I said we would run out of time if we keep asking her so many questions.
Let me try to bring her back.
Yeah, sure. We can do that.
Meanwhile, Ruqya, we were discussing about work-life balance and how we, balance our health as well altogether. So, I would like to ask the same question which I asked the other panelists. Is balance really possible? What should be the priority? Is it really possible in this era, with so many things happening around us with social media, and there are so many new things we were, what are your thoughts?
Okay, from the way I'm smiling, you obviously know I don't believe in balance.
Okay. Let's start with that.
Yes,
you believe in smile.
I believe in smile, truly. And the thing with work life is, I see it more as a basket weaving. When you weave a basket, or when you're knitting, different colors and different threads come together. And sometimes, as per the design of the larger thing that you're trying to create, sometimes it could be work that comes as priority, sometimes it could be life that comes as priority. But having said that, for me, my family has always been priority. So I'm the kind of person 10 years ago that said no to a government job because I felt my children were very small. Yes, later when the recession hit in 2010, I regretted it and I wanted so badly to go on board as a full time at that opportunity. But they didn't accept me even after 14 months of having me on board. I felt a little disappointed with my decision. But guess what? If I had taken that decision, I wouldn't be pursuing the path that I am right now. So somewhere I think there is this wisdom beyond us, some force that's driving us that knows what is best for us. So I think if we just went with our gut feel and took decisions based on that, and just did not make it so important to find a balance, but to find a weave where one weaves beautifully into another. And when you are kind of empowering your children and your near and dear ones to work with you, and to be supportive of what you're doing. And that can only be possible when you are very well aware and respectful of what you're doing. Very often we complain, women often, I've heard very many of them who say, my family doesn't support me. Well, they don't support you because you haven't shown how important this is for you. When you show how important something is for you, that's when your family begins to align and understand the kind of respect your work deserves and the kind of respect you're giving your work. And then they somehow kind of begin to weave into the process and become part of it. So these are my thoughts on balance.
Yeah, one of the panelists actually mentioned, when you give importance to yourself, when you portray yourself as you also matter, that shows, and that actually makes a lot of difference around the environment around you. Yeah, so true.
And the thing that I talk about is trust, hope, respect, love. 4 pillars: trust, hope, respect, love are the 4 things that we are always looking for to receive from the other person. Right. And when we don't get it, we're bitter and angry and upset. And the thing is, the other person won't give it to you because you have to first give it to yourself. Right. From the outpour, the others are going to realize how you need to be loved, how you need to be respected, how you need to be given trust and hope. That's important for you to first nourish yourself, and then the others are going to understand that language.
Yes, yes. That's so true, that you have to show that positivity in you, and you show that you care yourself and self-respect what you have. That's so true. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. Anybody has any questions?
Yeah, Apurva has joined. So Apurva, I have one question regarding milk. So there is this whole thing going on about A1, A2 milk, right? In fact, let me tell you an interesting story of mine. So when I initially started SHN, I was meeting new people every day, and one day I met this NRI Indian who was running a dairy farm in Karimnagar, which is like around 200 kilometers from Hyderabad. It is one of the districts in Telangana. So his story was that when he was in US, one of his friend's daughters, she attained puberty at the age of 4.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and that was due to issue with like hormones in the milk which she consumed, which made her go to puberty at such a young age. So that kind of like impacted him a lot. So he wanted to, he did more research on this, and he found that there is some, I think, A2 protein or something. I don't exactly know, but the thing is that, so depending upon which cow breed you are growing and which kind of milk you drink, it is very important. So he thought that this should go, because dairy consumption is widespread, right? So there is a huge market potential for this, and it is a progressive measure. So he has started a dairy, and he was trying to sell it to and he was looking for some channels through which he can sell that. So that's how we connected. So this is there. across, I think people are conscious about what kind of milk we drink. In fact, I think like in at my home itself, we drink organic milk. So I think Sanju, can you specify which milk are we are drinking? Are you there, Sanju or Sumati? Okay. Yeah, well, I think that
I understood your questions. Now there have been a lot of businesses around this who are selling A2 or organic type of milk. Now the difference between the regular milk that we buy from the market and this particular milk is the kind of cow it is obtained from. Now now in India you can see majorly two types of cows. Now there are some which if you see Jersey cows or the hybrid kind of cows, for whom it's a hybrid between the indigenous breed that was there in India plus something else, so that they yield more milk so that it can become a profitable business. And if you see the double humped cow, which was the original cow which was there in India, which is the Giri cow, if you see, that is the kind of cow which gives, now both of these give different kind of milk, and the only difference is the hybrid kind of cow gives a milk which has both A1 and A2 proteins. Now there's a slight difference in the chain of protein which is present, whereas the Gir cow or the traditional double humped cow gives a kind of milk which just has A2 protein. And in some places, some research shows that milk that contains only A2 protein as compared to the ones that contains A1 protein. A1 protein is known to cause more risk as compared to, more risk in terms of, say, developing diabetes or developing different diseases, etc. The research is not as thorough, and I would say till this point, it's still inconclusive to whether A2 milk is exactly the kind of milk that we need to drink to keep away from all of these diseases. But one particular point that I would definitely like to make is, now if you have ever had any family or your ancestors who've had a cow or a buffalo at home, you would know that if you are raising them just based on your home food and the grass and hay and everything that we feed them, they cannot possibly give you as much milk to make it a profitable business. You barely get enough milk for yourself or for your family, because you have to spend more towards, now I'm from a family where my father's house did have cows in their house, so they knew how much you have to spend on every cow and how much yield that cow gives if you do not inject your cows with any hormones, or you do not adulterate their food with any hormones, etc. Now, all of these big dairy businesses, they do need to make their business profitable. And for that to happen, if each cow only gives that small amount of milk, their business cannot be profitable. So that is the reason they inject their cows with, the cows are perpetually pregnant, because they have to keep giving milk, and for that they have to keep giving birth to new cows, and they are also given these hormonal injections to make sure that the yield of milk from them is high. So a lot of mass produced milk, I would say, can be adulterated with hormones, and now this particular hormone is only when you consume that milk, it can get into your body and cause some hormonal changes. Now it is difficult to say the kind of milk that you are drinking, whether it is adulterated with this or not. And the second thing that also plays an important role is, I was just talking about earlier how stress in us can change the levels of our hormones. That if we are stressed, our hormones are not balanced. The same way, if you see the cows which are kept in these particular mass producing farms and mass produced businesses, they are not kept in the best kind of situations. Their calves are separated from them; they are somewhere else. So obviously, if a mother is separated from its child, it is going to have a lot of stress, and this stress in turn is going to affect the quality of milk that they produce. So this is the reason why people do not trust the mass produced milk, because not everything is ethically sourced and ethically made. Whereas if you see the A2 farms or the organic farms, which these small, if you see, they will never be like bulk suppliers, because one cow cannot give that much milk. They will be very small chains which supply to certain neighborhoods or only certain people. Now they keep the cows in an area where they are by themselves, they are grass fed, they are not tied up and kept, they are with their calves. They make sure that they first feed the the calf gets the milk first, and then they take the milk out for selling, so that the cow herself is not stressed. So if you ethically source this milk, it is going to be of better quality, and there are going to be less chances that it will be adulterated with these hormones. So keeping the A1, A2 debate apart, from a hormones point of view, definitely the organic or A2 milk is going to be better. And from our planet point of view as well, this is going to be more ethically sourced and kinder towards animals.
Thanks a lot. That helps.
Thank you so much, Apurva. I mean,
any other questions for me?
I'm sure there are.
Any questions? Niharika, any questions?
Okay, I again have the question on protein intake only, Apurva. Like I've heard that, you know, when you are taking a protein intake and if it is not digested properly, it settles down in your kidneys and it affects your kidneys. Is that true or a misconception?
Okay, so when now you must have heard that how high protein diets can spoil your kidneys. Now, what we need to understand here is what is a high protein diet. Now, if you are eating up to, I would say 1.5 grams or 2 grams per kg of your body weight. So if your weight is say 70 kgs, if you are eating up to 150 or 140 grams of protein every single day, that is still safe enough for you. Now, I wouldn't recommend that you eat so much. I would not recommend so much protein unless you are working out that much or you are an athlete, etc. But if you do eat more than that, then because your body also has a metabolism system where it takes care of the protein, and then certain byproducts are generated out of your protein, and they in turn get directed towards your kidney, and your kidney will excrete them. Now, the more protein you eat where you do not require, your body doesn't require it, it is going to put additional load on your kidney to excrete that particular byproduct made from that protein. And in that case, your kidneys might have to work extra hard, and that might be a risk. But for many people, at least consuming an Indian diet, unless you are, just eating every meal made out of protein and nothing else, you are hardly likely to exceed that particular limit. Most Indians do not even make it to that limit. So just taking, I would say, just eating, more of non-vegetarian foods or more of dairy products or more of dals and pulses is not going to put you at a higher risk. But if you start taking like 3-4 scoops of protein every day without working out or having any reason to take those scoops, that might put you at a higher risk. If you're taking even 1 or 2 scoops to just meet your daily requirement, that is not going to put you at a higher risk. If you are exceeding your daily requirements by a huge margin on a regular basis, that might put you at a risk. And if you already have an impaired kidney, if you already have some issue with your kidney in terms of, stones or some other issues, some cysts or anything growing on it, then you might be at a higher risk. But for a regular healthy person, just eating a little more protein in your diet is not going to harm you.
Thank you, Apurva. I have a question for Ruqya. How do you deal with the clients who have work balance issues when they come to you?
So I think, as I said, with work balance, it's important to know where the client's priorities lie, and based on that, to come up with an idea that works best for them. Because there isn't a one size fits all solution for this. Someone could have children who are 12 and they still think that they're too little, and there could be people who are about 4-year-olds who think that they can manage on their own. And both of them are right, depending on how they're bringing up the kids, what the environment of the house is. So it's important, I believe, to work based on the situation that the client is, and to understand first, to prioritize where their priorities lie, and then work accordingly. So yeah, these are my thoughts.
Thank you. Seema is here. Welcome, Seema. Hi. How are you?
Hi. Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you so much. So I have a question for you. How do you maintain a healthy and a fit lifestyle with so many challenges you face on a, how do you maintain a regular fitness regime?
Yeah. So I think the fitness regime is again a mindset. Uh,
Yeah, you're on mute. You're on.
yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
So I went through various kinds of fitness, craze. I've run many marathons. I've been into strength training. I've been into yoga. There's so many things, but eventually, what I realized is to have a healthy mindset is more important than what you're doing. Um, so sometimes I used to get so crazy about working out that if there is any deviation in the schedule, I would be really hyper. And I would get irritated on my children that, oh, because of this, I couldn't go for my workout, or because of this, I couldn't go for my run. But later I realized that that's actually causing me a lot of pain inside, like a lot of resistance inside. Uh, so planning your fitness it's a lifestyle. So you have to plan it in a way that um, that come what may, if I can spend 15 to 20 minutes with myself doing an activity, whether it's just walking, whether it's just doing, say 5, 10 Surya Namaskar, being able to be flexible with your.
You're on mute.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. My network today is acting a bit.
That's
So I realized that flexibility in my mind is more important to be able to lead a healthy lifestyle. So when I realized that, so what happened is managing 15 minutes seems very easy. Like at the end of the day, I would feel that okay, if I can't give myself 15 minutes, it's not a big deal. That means there is something that I'm not doing right. Maybe I'm giving excuses. Maybe I'm just hiding behind certain activities which can wait. So that became very easy. So if I couldn't do it in the morning, I would find a way to do it in the evening. Even if, like, so if I couldn't do a workout, doing a 15 minutes, 20 minutes walk would also leave me satisfied by the end of the day. And when I felt satisfied in my head, I was able to plan my day much better. So it becomes almost like a vicious circle, right? So when this falls in place, when you feel healthy and peaceful in your head, you're able to see a way to find some time to do something for yourself.
Thank you so much. That will really help others to plan their regime, fitness regime, and thanks for your insights. I would like to ask Ruqya, you being a mindset coach, how do you help your clients to manage stress levels, or come out of a situation where they don't want to see themselves, uh, like how do you help them?
Great question. I think a lot of us get into a place of feeling stuck or overwhelmed because of the stories in our mind. So it's important for a person to just take a step back and understand what are some stories that they've been telling themselves. Because isn't that what we do? We have an experience and we give it a meaning, and then we kind of build our story on that. So it's important, I believe, to take a step back with the client and help them see what meaning they are giving to the experiences they've had. Because our stories are either serving us or they're stopping us from moving forward. And when you are able to do that, it's easier, it's simpler to identify whether it's truly the truth. And I say truly the truth on purpose because sometimes the stories aren't even real, right? It's an assumption that we've made. So is your story the truth? Is it serving you? And if it's not serving you, what could you do so that it serves you? And what could you do about it if it is the truth? No, because sometimes it is the truth. So what would you like to do about it? If it is not serving you, how would you like to utilize that situation? Because sometimes you're given a challenge as a springboard. You're given a challenge as a springboard where you can actually use it as a springboard. But the only thing is sometimes we don't use it as a springboard. We use it like a bouncy castle and we're just bouncing in the same place over and over again, and like a trampoline, we're in one place and bouncing, we're not moving forward, we're not springboarding forward. So I believe it's important for us to understand the conversations in our mind. It's important to focus our attention on the things that are serving us. It's also important for us to understand where and what is our intention when we're moving forward. And for those of you who know my SMILE strategy, yes, I am breaking down the SMILE strategy because it is silence the mind, manage your attention, identify the intention, let things go. Past experiences of failure, experiences that have caused you to have fear, labels that you might have, just let them go and energize the possibilities, as in put things into action. You go to a coach, you speak to them, you have sessions with them, you come up with an action plan. However, if you don't put it into action, if you don't really put the energy into it, it's not going to cause you any kind of progress moving forward. So it's important to assess all of these things and then make a difference to yourself and to the people that matter to you.
Thank you so much.
Deepthi, you're on mute.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ruqya. That was really insightful. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Niharika, anyone?
I think we can ask Jitesh to speak because he is doing some exciting work along empowering women. So if you invite him to speak, that would be great.
Yeah. So Jitesh, you would like to share your work?
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Happy Women's Day to all the women of substance on this screen today.
Thank you.
Lovely to see you all in different colors and the energy that you're portraying. So wonderful to be with you all. Well, I'm so sorry that I joined on this call late, so I could not catch up with what actually happened through. So I'm just trying to sink in with whatever I'm able to gauge through. But yes, it's going to be a.
We are talking about balancing life, balancing professional, personal, and health. That is the topic of the discussion.
Awesome. So let me tell you that my most affectionate and passionate word in the dictionary of my life is balance. Such a beautiful word, such a harmonious word which brings in everything into equilibrium. So the very world, the very cosmic presence, all the planets, the universe is in balance. The only people who are not in balance are humans. So it's very strange that the most sophisticated species and the living being among in the universe, of course, I'm not counting the species in other planets, which we are yet to encounter. But at least on Earth, the most sophisticated species is so troubled and is finding means and ways to figure out their own balance, despite having the technical intellect and the heavy amount of brainers that we all are built with, but still struggling to find the balance. So, I'm a 360-degree human excellence coach. So I work on all 360-degree aspects of a human being to transform the person into a better human being. That's what I work on. So my focus is very simple. I transform a person into a better human being, and that's what the entire solution works around. Once you fall into a better human zone, all of the pursuits fall in place. Everything falls in balance. So that's the ideology that I work on. However, my major tools of work is fitness and wellness. So these are the two primary tools that I use to transform the clients that I work with. So I do one-to-ones, corporates, institutions, and various forms of coachings. On this note, today, on this wonderful day to celebrate womanhood, I would advise all the women to, somebody who's looking forward for setting their own balance or figuring out their life's calling. I would want them to figure out what their inner calling is, the real inner calling which sets everything into balance. And that real balance is about staying in bliss. So what is that one thing which makes you get that bliss is what I would want you all to figure out. It can be a bit of a homework for you all, but settle down and figure out that beautiful thing that calls you to make your life feel very, very harmonious. And that's what is the crux of the matter, the mind over matter that we all need to work on. And women being 360 degree in their own roles for various hats that they wear as a sister, daughter, mother, wife, and also a working professional. There's so much of work that they do which sometimes goes unrecognized. So it is important that you create a better way of balancing yourself because of the dynamic roles that you play, multifaceted roles that each of the women plays. So it is important. I don't know to what extent men really recognize that. There are certain handful of men who really recognize that, but unfortunately, there are a lot of men who don't really value this or acknowledge this. So hence it is a primary responsibility for every woman to figure out their real line of balance, because if you don't do that, then you will fall into the flow of confusion, and then you will probably get rushed into the stream and may hit a plateau somewhere. So it's important that you figure out how do you schedule your day, your routine, getting into pinpointed scheduling of your day for all the roles that you're playing. And more importantly, as a woman, for the kind of human body that you're all built with, more vulnerable for various ailments. So it's important that you take control on your body. As a fitness coach, this is what I preach, and I deal with most of the women clients too. That's very, very important for you to take control on your body for the kind of roles that you play, wearing different hats. Sometimes people in the flow of work tend to forget about their body, and eventually over a period of time, the body starts becoming vulnerable with various issues. So it could be from diabetes to, various other ailments. So it's important that you take control on your weight, your strength, your muscle, your nutrition, lifestyle, and at the same time, parallelly managing your children, because your children look up to you as a hero. So it's important that you play a role model with them, and then set the right nutrition needs, because children tend to see what their mothers are doing, and of course the father. So it's important that you all take control on your nutrition and lifestyles and become a role model for them, so that they do a copy paste act with you until they fall in place, so that they get into a by default well-being mode. And that happens if you become live examples for them. And body plays a very, very big role. Please don't ignore it, because this is something which I've been encountering time and again. People tend to fall into their work and passion and forget about their bodies. So please take control of your body, because that's what will help you and your soul transfer with you or transcend with you in your journey. Because you as a soul are placed in a vessel called body, and it's important that you take control of your body in the best possible way and be the strongest woman that you can be for your home and outside for the society. So that's what I would wish as a fitness coach and as a human excellence coach in this short format of association with you all. But I would love to catch up with you. I'm on LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram. You can always connect with me. My name is Jitesh Mowgli. So I'd love to connect with you. If there's anything that I can do for you, I would be very happy to celebrate. Thank you so much. And once again, wishing you all a very happy Women's Day.
Yeah, I think what Jitesh said, it can be summed in this StrongHuman mantra. So we have a lot of mantras like this, which are like perfect. Like you can't prove them wrong. Those are StrongHuman mantras. So you can't eat unlimited, drink unlimited, possess unlimited. Life is not about more and more, but about maintaining balance and creating long-lasting joy and bliss. Yeah. So I think, that sums it up.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well put by Sai. So please figure out your own line of balance, and that answers everything in your life, and everything will fall in place. Balance is equal to bliss. So that's the formula that I preach, and I love that formula. Yes. I hope it adds value for you in all your streams of work. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Rajani, I think you can take the handover now. Or Deepthi, do you want to conclude this, please? Go ahead.
Yes. Thank you so much, all our panelists, and thank you for having so much patience, and answering all our questions. And it was really very interesting, and it was inspiring, I would say. Thank you so much. Over to you, Rajani.
Thank you, Deepthi. Welcome back, Seema. And hi, Jitesh. Nice meeting you.
Hey, Rajani. Nice meeting. I'm seeing you for the first time live.
Live, yes, live. After so many months of interaction. Yeah, great. So we now present before you a very unique transformation program. It's very nice to put this forth to you on this particular day, which is going to be, quite memorable for all of you going forward. So can we start the slide presentation, please, Sainath?
One moment.
Yeah. So this is basically called Jewel of the Summit. It's called Jewel of the Summit basically because this is the most important part of the 2-day program that we have been attending so far. We've been listening to a lot of distinguished personalities with diverse backgrounds. It's been a great learning experience, a lot of inputs from various angles. As Deepthi said, it's very difficult to absorb so much of information in 2 days. So it's really difficult, and we are trying to keep pace with what we have heard, and we are trying to absorb everything that we've heard since the past 2 days. And we would like to bring forth this unique transformation program by introducing ourselves. We would also like to introduce.
Rajni, are you able to see the screen properly?
Yes, I'm able to see.
Okay, cool. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. So I take this opportunity to put forth before you the Jewel of the Summit program. Basically, we are launching this StrongHuman lifestyle transformation program today. And we will just let you know how we can take you through this program. It will be in a short capsule. I just want to give you a few details as to how we can take this forward. Yes, Sainath?
Yeah. Rajni?
Yes?
You are going to take this forward, right? Should I move the slide?
Yeah, can you help me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this program is basically designed in such a way that it brings about holistic success in a human being. Now, holistic can be emotionally, it can be physically, and it can also be socially. So we are trying to bring about a 360-degree transformation in a person by this transformation program. Yeah. Now, how can one become a member of this program? It's very simple. You have to send an invite to our website, and one of us will get in touch with you. I am a member success manager with SHN. My other colleagues, Deepthi and Niharika, are also here with me. So one of us will assist you as soon as you send the invite. One of us will get in touch with you, talk to you in detail, find out why you want to join the Strong Human community, and we will put you forth to the right people to get going with your journey towards self-improvement.
Rajani,
Now,
Rajani, you need to first discuss about what is the significance of membership, because lifestyle transformation program is what we want to talk about. But before that, this is a prerequisite, right?
Yes.
So you need
the challenge, right?
Yes, you need to help them understand why do you need membership for the program first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, we are trying to, put forth this program basically to get people on board. To get on board, once you become a member, you also, just before you become a member, in fact, you have to take up a 21-day challenge. So you have a destiny, a journal, you have a challenger kit which comes to you, and you get this challenger kit, and with an honest pen, you're supposed to write down your honest thoughts in that journal for 21 days. So once that is complete, then you become a member of the Strong Human community. Is there anything else you would like to add on, Sainath?
Yes. So basically, the Strong Human Lifestyle Program is an advanced program which is offered after our membership. So membership is the prerequisite if you want to be part of a lifestyle program of Strong Human Network. So the membership entails, first of all, if you are interested, you need to request for an referral from someone. Only the entry is only through referral. So once you refer also, it's not like a Netflix membership or a Amazon Prime membership that you just sign it up. So there is something called the Strong Human Challenge, which is an entry to become part of the Strong Human Network. And this Strong Human Challenge is like the onboarding process of the community. So once you become part of the community, you will know how to interact with others. So even before that, you will understand the basic strong human concepts. So what makes you a strong human? Okay, so everyone can think they are a strong human, but what are those commonly accepted concepts across the community, which will actually make you strong human? So you will, once you finish the challenge, once you do the journaling, you will understand all these concepts in detail. So one of our core concepts is self-awareness, emotional intelligence, confidence, ownership, gratitude, being assertive, empathy. These are the kind of qualities. But these are these qualities, they are very easy to be told just like that. But to actually understand them and put in practice for a time, you need to spend some time on it. So that is why the 21-day challenge. So once you do this 21-day challenge, then you will be positioned better and you will be eligible for the advanced lifestyle programs which we are now discussing about, which will actually bring a major change in you. So I think from here Rajani can take over again. Yeah.
So who are the main stakeholders of this program? So first of all, we have the members or the clients. Then we have the success manager. We are 3 of us at the moment, but we plan on expanding and building up our team going forward. We also have the strong human buddy. So who are the strong human buddies? We have mentors, coaches, consultants, and subject matter experts. Some of them will be speaking to you immediately after my presentation. And these can be from any background. You also have life coaches, you have fitness experts, you have consultants, you have a lot of people who can fit into this strong human buddy concept. Yes. Now, who's a success manager? That is, if you're talking about, as I told you, if you're talking about the present situations, it's the 3 of us at the moment, Deepthi, Niharika, and myself. So what do? We understand the customer member profile. We understand their requirements. We also understand their apprehensions. So a lot of times members come to us with some kind of confusion. They are confused about certain parts of their lives, certain areas of their lives, maybe, something relating to their career or something related to their fitness, something related to their advancement or growth in the industry, taking on or transitioning the career. That's also an important area where a lot of people have some confusions and apprehensions in life. So they might need preliminary guidance from someone. So they come to us, we help them choose the right buddy, or we put them on to the right person or the mentor, who the mentor, the success manager, and the member sits together, and we formulate a beautiful life transformation program through SHN. And we remain with the member throughout their journey, encouraging them at every step. So sometimes what happens is that even though there is a buddy involved, certain members might need a little push. There might be some hesitation in going forward, or they might get stuck somewhere. So that's when we come in, and we, along with the buddy, help the members in going forward in their transformational journey. Yeah. Now, who's a strong human buddy? What is a strong human buddy's role? As I told you, immediately after my presentation, we have a couple of wonderful people who are strong human buddies who will be speaking to you. You just heard one of them, Jitesh, at the moment, but you'll be hearing more from them immediately after this. Now, they understand the member through their discovery session. So we have a couple of advanced, detailed sessions through which we sit down with the members, we sit down with the success manager and the strong human buddy, and understand the client's requirement. Now, each client is unique, each client is different. So we need to understand their apprehensions and confusions in a totality before we move forward with a program. So we need to have full situational awareness, and we need to set sensible goals. For example, if a person wants to attain a six-pack, we can't say this can happen in 2 months, or it can happen in 3 months. We need to set realistic goals, for which we need to speak with the fitness coaches, find out how much time is actually required for a person to go forward and get that kind of physique. What are the nutritional requirements? What are the emotional requirements? Because everything, I strongly believe that physical and emotional health is interconnected. So we need to look at and approach holistically and find out what best we can offer to the members. And after this, we customize a lifestyle program suitable for that particular member. Now, we work very closely with the buddy and with the member to help him achieve the goal. And we also write down what, also the member is given it's a very transparent program where the member can also address his grievances in this forum. We also have a private forum and a public forum where the member can actually note down or mention what grievances he's facing. If he's facing any problem with a buddy and he's not very happy, he feels he needs a change of buddy, that can happen. He feels he needs multiple buddies, that can also happen. So a person can be working on his career alongside his fitness at the same time. We need to find out which is more important. And if both are important, we can take both forward at the same time, having different coaches or different buddies for the same member. Yes. Yes. So what are the benefits of Strong Human Network's lifestyle transformation program? It works on a very unique concept, which is a self-fulfilling prophecy. So a lot of us would have heard that positive affirmations are very important. I'm sure most of the coaches who are here will resonate with that. I'm sure they have been speaking about this at some point in time or the other in their journeys as a life coach. So in life, everything works on a self-fulfilling prophecy design. If we give positive affirmations to ourselves that something will happen, a positive change will happen, it will definitely happen, and the entire universe conspires to make this happen. I mean, it's not a filmy dialogue from Shah Rukh's movie, but I'm telling you that it does happen. It has worked for me, and I'm sure it has worked for all of you at some point in time. So if you give positive affirmations to yourself and believe that something will happen, it is going to happen going forward. It might not happen immediately, but it will definitely happen. There needs to be a clear framework to understand all aspects of life. We had a 21-day, I spoke about the 21-day challenge program. Now, why do we have a 21-day challenge program? Basically because it takes 21 days to form any habit, good or bad. So during the course of this journey of 21 days, we learn a lot of concepts. Like Sainath mentioned now, we learn about self-awareness, we learn about empathy, we learn about positivity in life. We also learn about meditation, how we can introspect and look forward in our life. So once we look within, we get a lot of clarity about different aspects in life. And as we move forward, these aspects are going to help us reach our goal easily. We also have the success manager buddy and the member working effectively with each other to make this program effective and very successful. As I mentioned earlier, we can have multiple buddies or buddies on demand for each specific area of our life. And we also can help people switch careers, make some advancement in their relationships, get better health, etc. These are a few of the areas we can work on. Yes. Some other benefits of SHN. So we are a trusted community. We learn, we share good thoughts with each other. We find opportunities to grow. We also, like we had this particular program where I'm sure we learned a lot in these 2 days. Likewise, we are planning to have many more programs going forward. I think Sainath was mentioning about one program per month, where we can have a lot of sessions where we interact with each other. We learn a lot from each other, and we find different opportunities to grow also. And we can also be assured that if we have an issue and we need to sort it out immediately, we need clarity in any area of our life, we can just pick up the phone and call one of us, and we are always there to help that person achieve some, to get some clarity in life immediately. And we are also a diverse community. We have people from different areas of life. As we have already met some of the coaches here. We have met, somebody like Ruqya, who's a smile strategist, and Jitesh, who's a fitness expert, and Seema again, who's a life coach and a mentor. And we have a lot of other people in the group who can help in this journey of transformation. And most of them are highly credible, trusted people, very influential members. So you can close your eyes and trust them. So, and they're all real and highly effective introductions. They are, people with real emotions. It's not like getting something from Google or getting something from Wikipedia. So they are all real life members who are going to understand human emotions and help you in your step going forward. Yeah.
One point here I would like to mention is which is the deal breaker, which is the diversity of the community. So the diversity of the community is not just in terms of the coaches. Coaches are one category of members of StrongHuman network, but there are many other categories. So in fact, we have 5 levels and around 12 plus categories. So for suppose homemaker is a category. SME business professionals, small and medium scale businesses professionals is a category. Software professionals is a category. Healthcare professionals is a category. So I'm not saying we have everyone across all the categories at the moment. So it is a growing community. And as the community grows, it will become more powerful, and it will be able to cater to more needs of people. And we are now in the fourth year of the organization. So we are 4 years. We have already formed a very decent community, which consists, which is like the foundational community, which is going to make sure that there is trust within the community. So last 3 years, what I have done is that I've brought people who are completely aligned with the thinking of StrongHuman network. So all the people who are in this call, so they are all completely aligned with what we are doing, and they are not here for earning money, right? Earning money is later. That is a representation of value. So money is what? Money is a one way of representing value, but there are a lot of other things which are also valuable, right? So we all of us have that kind of understanding. That is why we are forming the foundation of this community. But let's say as the community grows, now we have 3 success managers, right? Now tomorrow when the community grows, we will need 100, and after a point 1,000, and maybe after a point 1 million success managers. But the quality of people should remain the same like when it is 3. That is very important for maintaining quality and maintaining brand loyalty with the organization. So anywhere, if you see, if you want to succeed in a business way, in a corporate way, if you want to succeed, brand loyalty or stickiness is very important. And in the current scenario, if you see, stickiness is not there at all in the industry. So it's like probably, even if you take technology also, like if there is a better technology, people will start moving, right? So and price has become the final decision maker. So whatever comes is the best, cheapest, I'll go with it. And I have every tool on mobile to check out which is the cheapest, right? So there is no brand loyalty, and all these companies are running in losses. They are betting on a future. In future we will get profits, and they are spending, and they want to increase penetration, market reach, market understanding, but they are not profitable. And if a company has to be profitable, the customers should love it. That is the only way a company we can stay profitable. So that is why Apple is a profitable company, right? So people love their products. And I want SHN to be the Apple in the service industry. Any kind of service, right? Any kind of service, and it goes through human. Okay, we leverage technology, but at the end it goes through human beings. And in SHN there are various categories, but all categories are not as trustworthy. That you will agree. For suppose there is a teenager who is just joined as cadet, his frame of mind will be entirely different. So and if you are in a particular subject, so you might not have the holistic understanding. Even if you have a number of years of experience wise, you might be good. For suppose you might be a software professional with 10 years, and you might be very good at your work. But understanding these general concepts, which are of trust, accountability, ownership, leadership, how to manage a team, how to talk to a set of people, how to inspire people, okay, how to lead yourself. So these are all life skills. Sadly, they are called soft skills, and taken a softer approach, which means which people are thinking is a weaker approach, not important approach. But these are the skills which make your life, right? So we are bringing such people together first, and then through this people, this set of people will become the core people who will maintain quality in the community. If there is any service happening between members or non-members also, sometimes we might just cater to some need also. Just we have to make sure that quality is there, right? And how do we bring quality? We bring quality not by just policing someone or just pushing someone, but by setting an example, and by being a strong human, by being your best version, right? And when you be your best version and you talk to people, and when you talk to people to solve a problem and not to put them down, then people start respecting you. And if you are genuinely creating value, then there is no question why we all cannot work together. So making people work together, that two people coming from different backgrounds, is a humongous task, and I don't think a lot of people have succeeded that. It leads to a lot of machinery, and you need to twist rules in so many ways to make people organize. That is the actual reality now. But is that the best way? We can do it in much better ways. I think through SHN we are trying to do it in a much more sophisticated way, where we bring sensible people across the world, and all these sensible people across the world, if they come together and organize well, I think that particular network can be utilized in multiple ways. whatever, if you want to drive human conscious in a certain way, we can, all these people can do it. And all these people are actually genuine people with a good heart who are ready to put it, but they might not be in a position where they could do this, or they might not have the power to make the kind of impact they would actually want to make, right? But SHN gives you that. So when we all come together and as we work together and like as the age of the company increases, as we as an organization mature, and as we put years together, right, we become so powerful. Brand SHN becomes so powerful that it stands for trust. And if someone is interacting with SHN, they know that okay, they are at a safe place. They are at a place where they get what is expected, but at the same time they have to behave as per the community standards. And you can always put forward your point, however diverse it might be, if it matches community standards, which are found on very core and simple concepts. So you can put forward your point, you can have a healthy discussion, you can have, if you want some service, you can take it, you can offer your own services, you can form teams through SHN, you can collaborate. If you have a great idea, you can talk to people in the network that I have this great idea, how can you contribute to this? So it can be a community for anything and everything. But before that, before we become that, we need to first of all become a strong human network in literal sense. So we actually, the core community, we need to follow what we tell. So leading by example. We are not doing this because we will get some, for suppose, let's say, if we become a big company, we'll get so many X returns, Y returns, monetary returns. That is secondary. We have to do it because we like to live the strong human lifestyle. So you have to live the strong human lifestyle. That is the actual value of SHN. The other aspects are only byproducts, right? So that's how we can build this community. And all the people here who are hearing this, who are at the moment in the meeting, and even who are hearing this, you all can become part of this community and play a big role. As of now, because we are still starting, you can say we are still day 0 or day 1. We are just starting off. So now you can you will see it in a certain perspective. But if you just stay with us for 1 year, 2 years, then you will start seeing the impact, how it is changing things on a daily basis, right? So that is the essential benefit of SHN. And all our offerings, services are towards everyone's well-being, starting from the membership. Then so after you take the membership, how do you progress in the community, right? So for progress in the community, lifestyle transformation program is the best way to go about, because you as you might all be coaches also, right? You are all coaches, but you might also be looking to become a better coach, right? Looking to take your expertise and take your practice to the next level. How do you do that? So that is a challenge for you. So other members from the community can help you do that. And you can always talk to me on how you can play a bigger role in SHN and how we can take this forward. So that's what in total I would say. We are at the entrance of a big amusement park of SHN. You can say we are just starting there. Like tickets abhi kat rahe. Like tickets are just being given. Now we go into the park and do lots of things together, fun things together. Yeah. So yeah, I would like to end here. And Rajani, you can go ahead here.
Yeah. So next we come to the costing part of it. So how much does this cost? So we have a buddy fees, which is fixed by the buddy based on the number of hours of consultation. It depends totally on the buddy. And we also, and depending on the hourly rate, what the body wishes to fix. And it also, we charge a 15% platform fees, SHN platform fees, plus 18% GST. So this is the cost of the lifestyle transformation program. Yeah. And I would like to reiterate the fact that at the moment, there is no other program in the market which can actually match up to SHN's lifestyle program because of its unique design and execution. Sainath has just briefed you about what our main concepts are. Main strengths would be strength, it would be integrity, it would be awareness, it can be empathy. So these are a few things with a humane touch. Yeah, a lot of concepts of humane touch which are integrated deep within this program, which makes it very different from any other program which you would have seen. And it also provides a community of global standards which acts as an anchor to get a perspective on their situation in life, validate by talking to multiple people, etc. And we can help execute this journey basically by encouragement and continuous follow-up. The success manager is there, the buddy is there, and we can help the member go forward with continuous encouragement and help him become a better version of himself. Yeah. Yes, SHN is not an app. It is, basically real people and real energy. So we have real emotions at play. We have, it's not like, as I told you earlier, going to a Google or trying to get some information or even trying to log into a website. We have people who are going to help us out, and at every stage, real emotions at play. So you can be rest assured that things will move smoothly in your transformation journey. And yeah, I think this is what it is, and waiting to see SHN grow multifold in the years to come. Thanks a lot for this patient listening. And Sainath, if I've missed out on anything, you can add in, or if any of you have any questions, you're free to ask me. Or Sainath, both of us are here to answer you.
Yeah. So one point I would like to mention here is how is our design. Everything is unique. So first thing is that the word which we stand for is StrongHuman. That itself has a lot of significance because it has a universal appeal. You can easily connect. Even for suppose let's say Rajani has 2 clients, let's say, and she has not yet introduced them to each other officially, but maybe let's say she has some urgent work she couldn't introduce, and she might say that, why don't you guys talk to each other directly without my involvement? Even in that case, the 2 people would be able to communicate better, right? Just sheerly because they are part of SHN. They know the community standards. So they can just get into a call and have a conversation. So that is how SHN is designed. And if you see the traditional programs currently in the market, so generally what happens is that either you are with a coach or you are with a mastermind. Correct? Coach, mastermind, or still a larger group, right? So these are the 3 formats you can say. So first thing with the coach is that, yeah, definitely coach is putting his 100% energy into this. And but the thing is that there are only 2 people involved. The good thing is that you will be able to communicate freely because it's one-on-one. You can tell what is actually running in your mind. What do you actually feel? What is your point of view? And you can have an honest discussion, right? But after that, when some insight is achieved out of this discussion, to implement this insight, who has to do it? At the end, you have to do it, right? To implementing this insight. So when implementing this, still again, in the current scenario, it looks like too much effort for a normal member, because still sees nothing has changed around you. Only you are changing. It means that everything still remains the same. So psychologically, it is very difficult for you to accept that you can do it, because for you, you appear that you are this much and problem is this much, right? So that becomes a perspective. So that is the one challenge for the effectiveness of the coach program. So, okay, then let's go to a mastermind program. Mastermind program, you go and talk, and you are able to talk with multiple people, and and these people are smart people, and they are very intelligent people, and they can answer you, right? And you are part of this group. Fantastic. So mastermind, in fact, if you, for anyone who want to succeed in a much more better way, who is more serious about their career or something, they generally go for a mastermind, and they test themselves what they are doing. Are they doing well or not? What are their areas of improvement? So for that part, it works well. But again, when you say you can't look at profession as only one as the core aspect of life. So life has multiple aspects. So mastermind may be helpful for you to achieve your professional goals. But all these people on mastermind, are they living a balanced life? You don't know. They are living a life which the mastermind is suitable for. So let's say mastermind is for making you a millionaire. Yeah, they will be millionaires, mastermind. But is that the end goal of life? Right? So these bigger questions, it might not be able to answer mastermind. We are not even in the same market of masterminds or coaches, because we are appealing to a different need altogether. So those are the limitations, you can say. But when it comes to SHNs, there are multiple people. There are over a period of time, at least you can see, like after 5 years from now, you will probably see all types of people in SHN from all backgrounds, right? So that will the community is not just telling you what to do, it is also giving you opportunities to do. So for suppose you are someone who is looking for a job, so a coach can train you for a job, but how many coaches can get you a job? Right? So SHN, because it is not a single individual, it is a network of so many individuals spread across the world, and many of these people come from a very trusted backgrounds and very reputed backgrounds, and are subject matter experts in those areas. It gets a lot of network effects, and due to this we can generate other things. So like, for suppose someone is looking for design interns, so we can generate from the community. And when you get an intern from StrongHuman community, obviously he's a special intern than a normal intern you get on a intern website, because here quality check is done. They would have finished the StrongHuman challenge. They would know what are good professional practices and how to be in a professional environment. Basic understanding they will know. Even if they don't know something, they would be ready to listen, and you can work with them easily. Right. So these kind of things are there in SHN. And the only thing is that you need to stay there. You need to be with the community. Don't expect that don't have a transactional approach with SHN. Have a relationship approach. Don't think that, okay, what am I going to get in next 10 days or 15 days? Don't look at that way. Okay, I'll join the community. I'll be a StrongHuman first. I'll interact with rest of the StrongHumans. Whatever areas I want to improve, I'll take help. And wherever there is opportunity for me to provide my help, I am ready to provide. If you have that approach, relational approach, right, then it will work. Because see, there is a lot of chaos in the society, mainly because people are very transactional. For suppose you go to Sabzi Mandi and you try to buy vegetable, you don't know from whom you are buying vegetable. It doesn't matter for you. You want the vegetable, and you want that vegetable at the cheapest price. And even there you bargain a lot, and you come back. You never have any relationship with the person. But how important is food for you, isn't it? And the person who is growing or selling it, definitely if you have a relationship with him, or maybe you might pay something extra than bargaining. While bargaining, you might be paying 10 rupees. If you are not bargaining, you might be paying 15 rupees. But here you have more trust, and you have that thing with the person that, okay, this person can take my service also tomorrow, right? So if you have that thing, give and take, then you develop respect, or else it becomes transactional. Once it becomes transactional, everyone will just try to get their share. They will not think of others. That is what is happening. That is why there is no trust in the society. So that's the bigger thing we are trying to achieve. Jitesh, yeah, please add.
Yeah, just to make your point a little more bolder, any association between two people or a group, if it is getting into a transactional mode, it is never a relationship. It can never be termed as a relationship. It is more of a business transaction, and it is open and bold to be calling it as a business transaction rather than masking it as a relationship. A relationship is very holistic, and it is more towards adding a lot of value for each other, which cannot be monetized. Probably monetization is just a small part of it, which probably can happen in a very organic form, but that is not a pursuit towards building a relationship. So one should not call a transaction a relationship. It should be boldly said it's a business transaction. A relationship is adding more value for each other to progress with each other mutually. It can be a partnership between it's a partnering relationship between two, marriage partners who are into a wedlock, to any kind of a relationship which is being in a friendship, or it could be a mentor and a student relationship. But it has to be adding value for each other in a very organic and holistic manner. Can never be related in a transaction. So we should straightly call it, without even a iota of hesitation, that it's a sheer transaction. Never mask it as a relationship, and show people that we are building a relationship, but behind or below there is a heavy amount of transaction happening with a lot of expectation, material expectation. A relationship is immaterial, in fact. It builds with leaps and bounds of affection, emotions, physical attachment, and mental balance. And again, I'm bringing back this word balance. A relationship is very, very balanced, which works on all 360-degree aspects. The physical alignment between each other, the chemistry that the people hold, the mental balance, the thought process equaling with each other, the emotional understanding, high and low, pros and cons. You kind of validate with each other and figure out a solution, figure out how to strengthen the relationship despite having drawbacks, having gaps between the partners. And also looking at the spiritual connection that both of the partners can look forward for to add value. How do you account yourself with nature? So these are the most primary aspects of building the relationship as a foundation, and that such relationships will last time, in fact eternal. It can be life after the life. So that's the point that I wanted to add across on this platform, since this point has been brought across, and we need to strengthen this part for SHN, that strong human network will work with that intention to build relationships, not transactions.
Well said. Well said. Totally agree.
Sai, go ahead.
Yeah, very well put, Jitesh. So that's about it. So like, if you guys have any questions, please feel free to ask. We will clarify all the questions possible. Rajani, if there are no questions, we can.
Yeah. I guess.
Before you move in, I thought I'll take a small opportunity to compliment Ruqya. I love that headband, or what do you call, bandana? That looks pretty cute and nice pink color.
Thank you. I believe in vibrant colors. So when I show up anywhere, it's like, whew, you can definitely notice me. And of course, the smile badge.
Absolutely. That's your signature.
Trademark yellow color.
Trademark headband as well as the smiley badge. So yes.
Cool.
Subtle branding.
And the one behind you too.
Yeah,
the little smiley behind you.
And actually, thanks for pointing that out, Rajani. This has been made by a social enterprise in India, in New Delhi. And when I place orders for this, it supports women, support their families. So
Wow.
I've got this done by a social enterprise in India. It's handmade, totally eco-friendly, washable, and it literally sits in a lot of my friends and peers' cars.
Is that a squeezy ball? Is that
It's a stress
ball
buster.
or a tennis ball?
It's a stress buster. It's hand knit. It's got recycled stuff inside, and a lot of my friends carry it in their car because traffic can give you stress sometimes. And some just carry it as a reminder to smile through the day.
Nice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So then I think we can move to the next part where we would like some of the members to introduce themselves, the work they do, their background, the clients they work with, which area of work they would like to cater to, etc. So I think we have a few members already here present with us. So I think, would you like to start on, Ruqya?
Sure.
Yeah.
So you said my name. My name is Ruqya Khan.
I think I pronounced it wrong.
It's okay. I live with a misspelled name, and that's a story for another time. And the best part about that is I got my website by the same name. So anyway, before I go somewhere else, I have been living in the UAE since '97. When I come from a world of words. I have 20 years of media experience behind me, 20 years plus, and segued into personal development in 2011 when I did my NLP, and I'm a master practitioner of NLP and hypnotherapy timeline. I've gotten on the ICF journey and I'm waiting for my PCC accreditation. What I do is a lot of one-to-one coaching. Apart from that, I've set up a mastermind that I run. So anybody who's interested in investing themselves and resetting for success, that's the title of my mastermind, Reset for Success. It's a 90-day program where I work through, I know it takes 21 days to establish a habit, but I feel sometimes after 21 days, people kind of tend to go back to their old habits. So I'm taking it one stretch further in 90 days of daily activities that I run with my team. And we also have 6 modules across different things that are important. So it's basics of NLP, relationship building, communicating better. These are the modules that a few of the modules that we cover. And what else am I supposed to share?
So which aspects your clients can benefit, which aspects of life in terms of career, relations, health and fitness?
Okay, so it's more to do with career, it's more to do with relationships, because I cater largely to the corporate space, to education space. So whether it is teacher and child, teacher and student, or parent child. So I never deliver a workshop only to the students, to the children, because I feel you know it works like a balance. I'm going to take Jitesh's favorite word. It works like a balance. When you bring the level up in terms of awareness for a child, then they go back home, and if the parent is still at one level down, it doesn't help. And even in school, if you're taking a student one level up and the teachers are still at one level down, then there's that imbalance, right? And then progress is not made. So when I go into an organization, I make sure that I'm speaking to both sides of the party. So whether it is the higher management and the middle management, or middle management and lower management, I make sure that I'm creating that bridge of communication, so that teams are working better, more effectively. The conversations that they're having with themselves and others are more effective. There's clarity, there's accountability, and that leads to better utilization of resources. So whether it's resource of time, resource of investment in terms of what they are being paid for, return on investment. I speak a lot on return on intention, because I believe Investment is a different thing. It comes and goes, but intention is what really drives a person forward. So if you look up hashtag return on intention, you find all my posts because that's what I truly, truly believe in. Another way how you can connect with my work is through my YouTube channel and also my Facebook, where I have been doing daily videos since May 1st, 2018, which means today is going to be day 1043 of the commitment, day after day after day. And I do this with a pure intention of being of service to somebody, anybody who shows up and listens live or on replay. So thank you. So this is what I do. I do Wise Wednesdays with RK on my platform again, which is a weekly thing. I bring in people from my circle of genius. I have featured some from StrongHuman Network because you guys are so powerful. So if you'd like to be on my show, I'd be honored to support you in what you're doing. And it would be great because, as I say, it's my circle of genius. And to be on StrongHuman Network is definitely privilege and honor, and I love what Sai does and how he comes through so authentically in his delivery. So thank you. And if you'd like to be on my platforms, please reach out and let's do something magical together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's next? I think Seema, would you like to add on?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, firstly, thank you so much, Sainath and the team, Deepthi, Rajani, Niharika. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I've been interacting with you all the last 1 week more than earlier. I think Sainath, I've spoken to him earlier. So like you all know, my name is Seema Roy. I'm a discovery coach. What I do is I work with women who want to rediscover themselves and transform their life. So let me share where it all began. So many years ago, one of the days I found myself looking at me in the mirror and did not recognize the person staring back at me. And as I was staring at my image in the mirror, I found myself asking that, who am I really? What am I doing in life? And I struggled with those questions, and I was running from one role to another role, working professional, being a mother, being a wife, being a sister, daughter, running from one place to another, but not really connecting with who I am really. And that's where my journey began. And as I was struggling and I was looking around and I saw so many women, running from one role to another role, from one role to another role. And by the end of the day, they kind of lose that connection with the inner self, who they are within. And when they struggle, what I've noticed is what we tend to do is work harder on those roles, work even harder. And in working hard, you feel separated between two roles. Like there was a time when I had children, I was having a corporate job, and also other roles, being a wife, also managing home, doing all these things. At one point, I was feeling guilty about not being with my children, but on the other point, I also wanted to, be at work and give my best, and also in other areas of life. And in all these, I felt so separated, and I struggled with taking care of these roles and having that balance. And in my journey, I realized that I was looking outwardly to look for solutions, but the solutions were within me. Solutions were in me connecting with my own strengths. So I had to take a step back. And in this journey, I did crazy things. I climbed mountains, I ran marathons, I ran 100 miles from Mumbai to Pune. I'm not suggesting that one needs to do that, but in that journey, I realized, and every time I looked at women, more and more especially I ran through Pinkathon, so which is a women-based organization who promote fitness for them. And I noticed that each one is actually trying to find themselves through an activity, through probably running, through painting, through sometimes it really helps. But if you have somebody who's gone through that journey, can really, hold your hand through that journey. And that's what I bring in this. And they tend to get helpless, angry, and juggling these roles leads to the frustration. And that's where I come in, where I help them rediscover themselves, that who they are, what are their inner strengths. So there was a point in time where I was working with my coach, and he had asked me to write down what are my desires, what do I really want. And every time I wrote something, I found myself challenging or questioning or doubting myself that, is this really what I want? At the back of my mind, I felt that, oh, this is what my father wanted. This is what my husband wants. This is what the society wants. So every time I wrote something, I felt like, oh God, I didn't have my own desires. And as I was struggling with that, and I asked a couple of my friends that, what do you really want? Like, what are your desires? I felt that most women don't dare to dream because they've put their life in a small, like, walls in their apartment, studio size apartment, and they feel that everything is fine, but at the same time they know that something is missing, that I know that something I can do more than this, but somewhere, because they've stopped to dream, is when creation stops. So I run a 3-month program or a 90-day program where I take women with different phases. The first phase is I help them reconnect with themselves, who they are really, align with their true strength, the true self. And why that's important, because till you're not connected with yourself, you'll constantly look for solutions outside. So help them go deep dive, go within, and connect with themselves. And when they do that, they also realize what are some things that are coming in the way, what are the shackles that are holding them. And as they were juggling those roles, the pain or the struggle that they went through requires healing. So I take them through a healing and clearing process where we work with beliefs, where we work with what's holding them back, what's possible for them to see different perspectives. And then the third phase is about dreaming big and creating the life that they truly desire. So that's the program that I do. I do usually a one-on-one program. Apart from that, for Women's Day, in fact, when I called Sainath a few days ago, I said, I want to do something. I want to work with women and I want to help them. And a lot of them may not be able to, have that kind of financial support to do a one-on-one program. So for this Women's Day, I have come up with a program for 1 month. It's a group program for 6 women in a group, taking them through a journey, at least begin them to at least reconnect with themselves. That's the program that I'm offering for Women's Day. And if you know of someone, and if this is your calling, do get in touch with me. If you have any questions, I'm happy to.
Thanks a lot, Seema. In fact, I have to admit that Seema's call was what made me think about the Strong Women Summit. So, like, she gave me the idea that, okay, Women's Day is coming. Iska kuch fayda uthaya ja sakta hai. So that's how I came with the Women's Summit, and then we planned everything, and today we are doing this. So Thanks a lot, Seema, for suggesting. And definitely, I think we will get people to work with you on this program. In fact, we can put people to work with you as part of this lifestyle transformation program of SHN. Well, definitely, we'll keep in touch, and I think we'll keep working together.
Thank you. Thank you
Thanks
so
a
much.
lot. So next, I think who's next? One moment. Ruqya is over. Rajani. Shailaja missed out. Okay. I think then Subramani sir.
Yes.
Yes. He's there, but he's silent. Like I think he's almost there from 1.5 hours. He's just like silently is listening to all of us. Yes, sir.
Yes. Yeah.
Go on.
Because I work with silence, right? Okay.
I was just typing that he's practicing his message.
Sainath, can you make me a co-host so that I can present my screen?
One moment, I'm doing it.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, it's done.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, just a moment. Yeah, I think you're able to see my screen. Yeah, my time starts now. Great. I'm Subramani Sarode. I am from Bangalore. You may see the doctor, but it is not actually doctorate anything. It's simply de-stressing and rejuvenating. That's what the D and R represents. And I am on a mission to provide simple and easy to practice solutions to de-stress and rejuvenate on the go. Because you see, everyone is having a problem with the time. Nobody has got any time with the kind of lifestyles we are into. So that is my main motto. And before telling anything, I would like to, on this beautiful Women's Day, and I would like to say, this is what makes all of you totally, different, because wonderful optimism than men. That is the specialty of women, right? And to add to this, I would like to honor or give a tribute with this small, I picked up this small video. I would like all of you to watch this. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it is. So if you look at it, that wonderful optimism itself, with that, the women folk do a lot of things. And as just now Seema was sharing a lot of things, everything, but somewhere this itself will become a stumbling block sometimes, because it leads to anxiety and depression. And that's where my program comes into the picture. It's self-awareness, being in self-awareness anytime, all the time. Many times we think that it is very difficult to get into that self-awareness. It takes a lot of time to learn and practice and all those things. But in my program, I will make to get into that self-awareness anytime. And so that practically we can be in meditation anytime, all the time, so that we can keep on de-stressing ourselves very easily. And who can benefit from all these things. Instead of telling all those things, no, just I would like to share few testimonials so that it will become much more clear on how it happens, this program. This is from Subhadra, who had some kind of issues when she wanted to head into a different direction in her life, and she had a lot of anxiety and emotional issues. Once she took up the program, it's actually 1 month program, 4 weeks, across 4 weeks, then she was able to tackle her anxiety and all her emotional crisis just like that. And then another one is a communication coach, Tanuja. She had issues with her attention span and focus, though she was coaching a lot of people on how to accent coaching and all those things. But on her own, how to design the programs, she was at loss most of the time. And once she took a program, then she said, now I feel I'm more aware of my actions and thoughts now. And this is helping me to be more focused. That's a thing about the self-awareness. It makes everything fall into the place. And I'm also privileged to work with two of the speakers in the summit. And one of them is Seema Roy. And this is what she has to say. I've had the opportunity to learn and experience meditation from Subramani. He took me through some activities that made me introspect the very being. His calm presence allows you to experience a meditation beyond the word and beautifully shows you the way to include into your daily life. And Shailaja, you might have already heard her also. I would recommend everyone to take the meditation coaching, a space to be in meditation, a wonderful experience of being in meditation made simple and easy. That's what I do. So it's a 4-week program. You can always connect with me. My phone number is there. I'm also LinkedIn. I keep writing on LinkedIn almost every day. And thank you so much. I think I overshot by 25 seconds. Thank you so much. Once again, I wish all of you a happy Women's Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Subramani sir. Yes, I think Jitesh, are you there?
No, I think he left because he said.
Okay. So then we have our last participant, Aditya. Aditya, are you there? Will you be able to speak of your?
Yeah, I'm here, but I won't be able to come up with a video right now, because actually I'm in a setup where it is not possible to go with a video.
No problem.
Yeah. So, hi everyone. I'm Aditya Vikram Lohia, and I'm from Kolkata, India. I am a life coach by passion and an entrepreneur by profession. I conduct 3 kind of workshops. Basically, first is the super talent discovery method, where in 5 days people discover their super talent, how to actually understand what their true talent is. The challenge with people is that they want to achieve something in life, but at times they're in lack of understanding of what their true talent is. What can they do? Sometimes they know something about the talent, but not about the super talent. There's a gap between super talent and talent. Talent is something which you have. Super talent is something which you have, but you are not aware of. It is a bunch.
Aditya, we have lost. Continue.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes.
Hello. Okay, great. So a few of my friends and few of my colleagues have gone through my program of the super talent discovery method, and they have loved it. They have actually found a lot of confidence in what they're doing, and also discovered new things about their talent. The other program that I run is a 21-day program. This is called the Dream Kickstarter program, where I say that in 21 days, you will move from thinking of starting your dreams to actually taking the first 3 steps towards your dream. People know what they want to do, but they don't start. This is one big challenge for people. So in my 21 days program, you step by step know exactly what you're supposed to do. You have a more clear mind, a more focused mind. You have a better mindset to deal with your movement towards your success and journey. And at the same time, you have a clear path. We define the path during this 21 days, where you know exactly what you're supposed to do every day. And this helps you achieve your goal in the long run. And the third thing that I offer is one-on-one coaching session. That is my specialty, basically. My one-on-one coaching sessions. In this one-on-one coaching sessions, I focus in helping you with your self-esteem without spending years in changing yourself. Once you go through my one-on-one sessions, we talk with each other. We discover a lot of things that we are not aware of about us. We go down to that point where you know exactly what is lacking in you, what you are supposed to change, what is supposed to correct, and how you are going to correct it. And then gradually you took the transformation ahead. This is how we move ahead. So I have had an opportunity to work with people from different parts of the world, UK, Russia, and Uganda. In Asia, there are lots of places where I have worked with people. I have worked with people who are from ex-Navy, who are doctors, who are from different professional fields. And this is something I'm very passionate about and I love to do. So this is about me and my work. I hope I could explain whatever I do to you in a very short way. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Aditya. We have Lieutenant Commander Sadhana Ghiri, who will be talking about her offerings now. Hello, ma'am.
Finally, I'm back home. So, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, I will not take much time. All I want to say is that I basically I'm helping out people in personal effectiveness and creating that mindset which will get them where they want to reach in life. So when I say personal effectiveness, it includes a whole lot of things. For example, personality issues, personality skills. For example, it is interpersonal skill, communication skill, negotiation skill, persuasion skills, and now this is about the also developing right kind of habit, and the discipline that is required to required for you to have in life so that you can reach where you want to reach in life, so that you can have the dream life that you always envision. That plus the mindset. So although I talk first about personality requirements, the first thing which I always handle in a person is the mindset, the self-awareness attitude, that kind of mental attitude. I develop that kind of muscle in their muscle and attitude in their. Wherein you are aware as to what is happening here, because unless and until things are clear here, there is a clarity, you can definitely not make the best out of it. And we are only using 5% of the power we have here, the brain power, yeah. So that's about my offering. So if you are feeling like I generally get people to me, somehow they find out and they come to me, and they would be in middle management or senior management level, and they would be somehow they're very good academically and started with a great bang, but somewhere down the line they started having issues, interpersonal issues. They lacked in communication skills, And I think in today's era, of, it's not just your degree, it's not just what you know, the college that you have been to, the college from which you graduated. It's just not about all these things. Today, it's about how much you can do with what you already know. How well you can use the skill and knowledge that you have in your chosen field, vocation, and excel there. So that's more important today. So 85% of success in one's professional life does not come from what we know, the knowledge, the degree. Of course, that's important. But if you want to succeed, you want to climb the ladders of those promotions that are set as a milestone, then you have to have those personality skills. And like I said, they are negotiation skills, interpersonal skills, persuasion skills, and the mindset, the right mindset. So people, especially from the IT, come at say 10 years or 12 years of industry experience, and they're like, we are not able to climb up just because we think that we are lagging in this. And there's recently a very accomplished gentleman approached me. He 52 years, I would not name him, from IIM and IIT and IIM, the reputed College of India, reputed Institute of India, the Technical and the Management Institute. He owns his own business. And now he's in that sort of a personal crisis, wherein where he feels that things are stagnated for him. And therefore, I spoke to him and I realized that certain skills were not there. Maybe because he was very academic. Maybe he was always focused on studies and did not get that opportunity to interact with people and develop those skills naturally, And so he came, and his coaching is going on, and it's pretty satisfied. He saw the way. It's a personal evolution. It's not that I am coaching, so I am perfect or I know everything. Not like that. So that gentleman is also in his own personal evolution. He has done so brilliantly well up till now, but somewhere he's thinking that he's feeling and experiencing that he's stagnated, and he realized that these are the skills where he's lagging, and so I'm giving that skill. So there are 3 domains of learning, if all of you know that. One is knowledge, then there is attitude, and then there is skill building. So I have done a lot of courses, read a lot of books, but it will not help me unless and until I have converted them into great attitude, taken those knowledge and developed a great attitude, professional attitude, personal attitude. And I have acquired some skills. So unless and until the knowledge is converted into attitude and skill, it will do nothing to you. So just focus on when I do my coaching or mentoring, I focus on developing people. Maybe they are clear, but maybe they don't have that attitude and that skill. So that gap, I try and bridge that gap. I develop that attitude and that skill. So and then we look into various aspects of their life, be it family, career, finance, health, spiritual, all of these areas one by one, and we see how the person is satisfied or not satisfied. If not satisfied, then we do something about it. We try to take out those beliefs and those systems that is existing in his life, which is not helping me fare well in those areas, and develop that new kind of system, new habits, and newer perspective, outlook. You know, after I spoke about belief system, after we remove those beliefs, then there's a newer perspective on things. So this is what I do basically, and they generally shine on all my coachee and mentees. They always shine. They always instantly, and not instantly, but say after 1 week or 1 month or 2 months, they are like, we got this promotion, or I cleared that interview, or things like that. And nothing is more rewarding, of course. When I give, I get something. It's an exchange of energy. I use my knowledge, my skill, my attitude, and everything to transform that person's life. That person gives me money, and money is an energy too. So there's an exchange of energy. But what apart from money is satisfying is the change that happens, the satisfaction that the people get, people who come and get my training and mentoring and coaching sessions. So that's about it. Mindset and the personality skills. That's me. If you have, if you want,
can I say that? See, you were if you look from a SHN perspective. So before, like you were speaking, we spoke about our lifestyle program. So you are offering it comes under the lifestyle program, and you play the role of a StrongHuman buddy, who will help our member along with our success manager to reach their goal, either in career or relationships or health and fitness. So from what I heard, I can understand that you can help in career progression. Correct?
Not only career, even relationship. So, you know, although we have career coaches, we have relationship coaches, we have this coach or that coach, but it's so interrelated. I realized, having reached this far, I realized that I cannot say that no, this is not my subject, or no, I don't deal in this. As a life coach, when people come to me, they can come up with relationship issues, and I have to handle it. So it's like life coaching is like that.
And your clients, like what kind of clients do you prefer to work with generally, or what kind of clients prefer to work with you?
They are working professionals from 25 years to say 55 years of age, and those who want to develop that right mindset and acquire that skill for them to succeed in all areas of their lives. So those people are the ones who I'm looking for, who look for me.
Sure, ma'am. Thanks a lot, ma'am. So with that, I think all our member offerings are concluded. I think I'll hand it over to Niharika to give the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Sainath. I mean, I just don't know how to express, but the 2 days have been power-packed, and the kind of learnings we had, oh my God. I don't know where to, keep them, and it was amazing. The 2 days were really amazing, and I thank each one of you for sharing your insights, your valuable inputs on the various topics we've been discussing. Thanks to each one of you. Thank you so much. And Saina, thank you for bringing in all of them together here. It's really wonderful, really wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
So
Niharika.
we take a leave, and thank you.
Thank you. Once again, happy International Women's Day to all of us. Let's take some snaps. I think
we can all show some. We can all show hearts.
Yes.
Let's show our hearts.
Or the International Women's Day is this time. So
it's this.
No, you can put heart reactions option is there. You can choose heart there.
Okay, choose the reaction. Yeah.
We all have to do it together.
I think my heart is missing a bit. I think
yeah, it stays only for some time. Yeah, it stays only for seconds.
Okay. Wait, yeah. Got it. I've taken the screenshots.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks a lot, everyone. Take care. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
Thank
Bye
you.
bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Saina. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Take care. Bye.